Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to invite you to the Wednesday, December 15th, 2021 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting. We are still meeting virtually and pursuant to the Chapter 20 of the Acts of the 2021. This meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals will be conducted via remote participation. An audio recording of these proceedings will be available upon request to planning@somervillema.gov. We have a couple of things going on tonight. First of all, one of our board members is having a hard time signing on. So we're trying to sign her on. That's Elaine Severino. But the first movement of business we can do, we have Catherine Caravaglia is filling in tonight as our substitute clerk. Welcome, Catherine. And before we go any further, for those in listening mode here, the agenda's been altered a little bit. And under general business, first we're going to approve the minutes of the meeting, and then we're going to jump to 27 Houghton Street, then 483 Broadway, then 620 Broadway, and last but not least, 21 Eastman Road. Let it be shown that Miss Catherine will also be voting as an alternate for Josh Safdie, our clerk, who is out tonight. So without further ado, could I ask the clerk to please ask for approval to make a motion for the minutes?
Sure, Madam Chair, do we want to confirm if Elaine has been able to join?
Sarah?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. That's actually why I appeared back on screen. Raisa is still trying to get Elaine online. She's having difficulty logging in through the attendee link, and I have a feeling it just might be that she might be inputting something improperly. So Raisa is on the phone with her now, one-on-one, trying to get her online. Do you have enough to proceed at this time?
Yes, we do. We do have 4 for a quorum.
All right, so if Elaine is able to get online, we will just have to make note of that, if you would, and say, please make note that at this time, Elaine Severino joined the meeting.
Beautiful. And can I ask you to keep in communication there with Riza? So you can,
Yes.
because I don't know if she's going to come on visually or just, the audio portion. Okay?
That's not a problem, and I'll stay online as well. If you don't mind, if I stay on screen, if you prefer that I go off screen, I will go off screen.
No,
But
I
I
prefer
will
you
help.
on.
Okay,
I prefer
so
you on.
all right, very good, and I will unmute people and whatnot as you ask.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you
You're
everyone
welcome.
for your patience and understanding. So the clerk, please continue with your motion.
Sure, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes for October 20th, 2021 and November 3rd, 2021.
As presented. Thank you. May I have a second from somebody?
Second.
Who was that? Raise your hand. Seconded by Ann Brockelman. All in favor, I'll go around. So it's Ann Fullerton,
Aye.
Catherine Garavaglia,
Aye.
Ann Brockelman,
Aye.
and Susan Fontano, aye. Let the record show that the minutes were approved and accepted unanimously. So number 2 is going to be 27 Houghton Street. Madam Clerk, first of all, can we call up the folks from Houghton Street?
Madam
Sarah?
Chair, yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. For those of you who are here from the applicant team for Houghton Street, would you please use the raise your hand function so I know who to unmute? Okay. Bond Worthington, I have unmuted you on my end. And is there anybody else that I should be unmuting from your applicant team?
Potentially Cecilia Vigiano and James Long.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Maybe James Long or Cecilia Vigiano.
I see Cecilia. Cecilia, I don't have the capacity to unmute you, though I see your hand is raised. It would appear that you don't have audio. And I will look for James. And you said, Bond, you said James?
That's correct.
Yeah, I don't see a James here at all.
They'll most likely be signed on together. I'm the architect on the project and I can present the project. I assume they could call in as well on a phone using the audio pin if they want to say anything.
Yes, they can call in, although I do have to tell you that if there is something that you can do to improve the quality of your audio, that would be great because you're very warbly and you're hard to understand. So if you can either speak into your microphone better or adjust it or some such thing, that would be really helpful.
How about now?
No.
Terrible.
This is the same setup I use for every hearing, and I have not had an issue. Let me see what I can do.
Are you on speaker, Sarah? Sarah? You
Yes,
might be on speakerphone and not be able to do that tonight.
it's entirely possible.
Elaine, can you hear us? I see you, but I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect, and it's lovely. Before we go on further with 27 Houghton Street, I'd like to, for the record, welcome Elaine Severino. That means we have 5 members tonight, so we have our full board here. And number 2, Sarah, what is that gentleman's name you're speaking to?
His name is Bond Worthington.
Okay. All righty. Mr. Worthington,
Yes.
let's see how you're sounding these days. So,
Okay. Should I call in with my phone and mute myself on the computer?
Yes. Yes.
This has never been an issue before.
Well, it is tonight, so that's no problem. You can, change your mode of operation.
So I think it'll just take him a minute. He'll call in.
Yeah, I understand.
I understand that very well.
And who is Mr. Worthington, Sarah?
Madam Chair,
know?
it's not my case. It's not my case,
Okay,
but
all
I
right.
think that he's been working on the project in some, I think, technical capacity.
Okay, thank you.
This is Raisa speaking. He's the architect for 27
Oh,
Houghton
good.
Street.
Oh, thank you. And to whom is this?
This
Who's
is Raisa.
speaking? Oh, okay, good. Thanks for taking care of Elaine, hon. And maybe he needs you. Can you help Mr. Worthington at all?
He's back on here.
Good. He was gonna, God bless you, Ann. He was gonna
I'm
try.
sorry, I tried to call in with the phone and it didn't connect. Let me move my computer. Is this any better?
Yes. Yes,
Is that
Okay.
better? Sorry.
yes. So you
Okay,
can
good.
go forward with your presentation and help us along with any graphics you want to put on the screen.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Bond Worthington. Business address 110A Inman Street in Cambridge, Mass. I'm here on behalf of my clients Cecilia Vigiano and James Long. They're owners and residents of 27 Houghton Street, the project in question tonight. I'll walk you through some existing photos and the plans.
Okay,
and-
slow down a little bit. You can slow down a little bit.
Sure. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. And if the audio gets bad again, please just let me know.
Okay, thank you for your patience.
Not a problem. Okay, so this is the project. Some images from across the street. This is Houghton Street. On the left here is 27, and what we're proposing, we set out to propose. It's a compliant addition. The reason we're here tonight is it's the NR district, the neighborhood residence district, and as you can see, this is a row house. So this is a pre-existing building type that's not permitted in this district, but everything else about what we're proposing, we believe, is compliant. So that's why we're here. I'll walk you through a few more photos, and we'll see what we're proposing does not create any new nonconformities and does not extend any existing nonconformities. Okay, as we move, this is just a closer shot. Our area of work is behind the building. There's an alleyway between 29 and 27. Here's a site plan. Houghton Street is here. The area we're talking about is behind the house here, and we'll just go back there with these photos quickly. Here's the partial rear of the house, and here's an existing single floor area that we're looking to extend and build out on top of. That's the what we're asking or what we're presenting, and that's kind of why we're here. Let's see. Again, you can see 27 or 25 in the back, and when you look at the drawings, you'll know that our addition is below this roof line, and there's precedent along this row of 4 row houses. Everyone has built an addition or increased the height back here, except for my clients. That's what we'll look at with these drawings. Here's a view from, there's an alley behind 27. This is a view of the back area of the house. It's under-framed, it's underheated, and
Joanne?
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Okay. All right, that was the existing photos. Let's move on to, this is what we submitted for the zoning approval. I'll walk you through this quickly. The intent of the project, the existing, we should go back to the existing quickly. The existing house, this is the first floor plan. The only bathroom in the house is in the back here. So the clients have to come downstairs from the bedroom areas through the kitchen, past the dining room to use the bathroom. So what we're proposing is a second floor addition above the existing kitchen that puts another bath in the house, and what is left over with that space we will use for a bedroom or an office. And here's a second floor plan. The other aspect of what we're proposing is from the existing photos, this is the mansard roof that exists on the house and wraps around the rest of the 4 row houses, sort of stops. So we're proposing to continue that mansard roof, and architecturally we think this is going to look pretty nice. And as I mentioned before, we're maintaining the rear setback and the side setback. We're not creating any new nonconformity. And then here are some elevations of what's proposed. Above is existing, and directly below each existing is proposed. So let's just look at the front elevation from Houghton Street. You won't really be able to see that we've done anything with the proposed plan. However, the side elevation in the rear, as well, we're proposing the addition. This outline here is 25 Houghton, so we're significantly smaller than the immediate abutter with the shared party wall of that row house. And here's a view from the rear. This is the area of the addition, and it's smaller than the main volume of the house as well. So it's pretty modest. It will make the house more livable and functional. Let me just see. Also, as part of the process to get here tonight, we held a community meeting. JT Scott held a community meeting for the ward. We met with nearby abutters. The meeting was generally supportive. We looked at details of the house, and the one thing that did come out of the meeting, we were asked to look at a solar study of the impact of the addition on the property we're north here, 31 Bolton, and specifically the patio. And through the process of doing the solar study, we determined that 8 months of the year we had no impact in terms of shadows on the patio. And then during the darkest months of the year, very small impact. And I could get into those specifics if needed, but no more. The darkest, December 21st, about 2.5 hours of shadow per day on about 80% of the patio. So it's somewhat minimal, and we believe that the abutter was satisfied by the study. Okay, I think that is about it. We feel it's a modest design. It's under 200 square feet. It's 180 square feet for the second floor addition. It will allow my clients to continue living in their home, also in this community neighborhood that they love. It will help their house match the value of other homes in the neighborhood, and also match the pre-existing conditions of other row houses immediately abutting them. And hopefully the board will agree.
Great, thank you so much.
Thanks.
I have a question to ask you before we go to the public. I maybe it got muffled. What are you doing for siding on the new section? I know the rest of it's aluminum or vinyl.
That's great. Yes, we're proposing fiber cement lap siding with corner boards. The idea is in the future they'd like to upgrade the rest of the facade, but for now with this addition we'll do a nice beveled siding or lap siding.
Okay, great. So thank you so much for that. I'd like to open this up. Reiser, would like to open it up to anybody in the public that would like to speak?
If you would like to speak, please raise your hand. I don't see anyone's hands raised.
Okay,
Madam Clerk, if I may, Madam Chair, I apologize. I don't believe that I called or opened the case properly. I think I got excited to see Elaine log in. I don't know if we need to fix that and then reopen to the public.
well, let's have you do a proper then reading and open it up. Do that first.
Sure. I believe we all understood we were hearing the presentation for 27 Houghton, but for the purposes of the record, in the matter of 27 Houghton, which is P&Z 21-149, Cecilia Vigiano proposes modifications to a row house in the neighborhood residence district, which requires a special permit.
Thank you very much. Let the record show that we did hear testimony from the applicant, the architect, and laid out all the information that preceded this opening by the clerk. And now we'll again formally invite the public, if anybody's out there in the matter of 27 Houghton Street, to weigh in. And as the staff person, would you please ask again, Riza?
Please raise your hand if you would like to speak. I don't see any hands raised, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. So in that case, we're going to close the public portion of the case at 27 Houghton. and move on to the board for their questions and suggestions or what have you. Is everybody happy with what they saw? And if you have anything to say, please raise your hand so I can recognize you. Seeing no hands, Elaine?
Is it going from a 3-bedroom to a 4-bedroom?
Mr. Worthington?
Apologize, I was muted. It's going from, currently there are, let's go to the second floor plan. Currently there's one regular sized bedroom or 2 smaller, what is a bedroom currently used as an office. And in the rear, this is also a pretty small room. It's about 7 by not even 12 feet. So technically, yes, it is adding a bedroom. In reality, it's most likely used as an office.
Okay, does that make any difference in the special permit? No, okay.
No. Okay, anybody else? Okay, so I have a couple of questions here with the board before we go forward. I'll go forward. I want to make sure that the board, let me see one thing for you. Want to do this properly. All right. So are there any other concerns that any of you have that you have not voiced? Are you happy with the findings of the staff report? Everybody got theirs? And do you have any other conditions or anything you'd like to see? And that's it. I think it was a great presentation, Mr. Worthington. And the staff person had everything really put together here. We got everything we're always looking for, the plans, and it was put together nicely. It makes it easier. They had the shadow study, the architectural plans, the plot plan, everything was there, even the neighborhood meeting report. So thank you very much. When everything comes together like this, it makes it nice and easy for all of us and smooth sailing. So without further ado, I'll ask the clerk to make a motion,
All right.
and it will go around for the vote.
Following the public testimony, review of the submitted materials, and the deliberation of the required considerations outlined by the staff memo and the Somerville zoning ordinances, I make a motion to approve the special permit for 27 Houghton Street, PZ 21-149.
Second,
Do I have a second, please?
second,
Seconded by Elaine Severino. All in favor, please say aye. Catherine Garavaglia,
Aye.
Elaine Severino,
aye.
Ann Brockelman,
Aye.
Ann Fullerton,
Aye.
and Susan Fontano, aye. Let the record show it was unanimous, 5 in the positive, and that Catherine was voting for Josh Safdie. Thank you very much, folks. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay. Now
Thank
we're
you.
gonna, you're welcome. Let me get my papers here. Next on the agenda, I believe we're gonna do 483 Broadway, followed by 620 Broadway. And I understand we're waiting for one of our guest speakers tonight, Sarah. Did you notify Mr. Proakis?
I did, Madam Chair, and he should be popping on momentarily.
Okay, beautiful. So before we go further, I want to keep my stuff together here. I know it's the end of the year, but I'm still trying. I'm going to start a New Year's resolution to, as these meetings go, to put these papers in the proper order, not fling them in a big pile. I think I want to let Mr. Proakis speak before we open these cases, Sarah.
Yes, I would
Okay.
agree, Madam Chair. I am actually going to give him a call, so I'm just going to mute myself for a moment.
Beautiful, thank you.
Tara, I think he's here.
There he is. Good
Even
evening,
better.
Mr. Proakis. Hello, can you hear me? Mr. Proakis? No, not yet. I think he might be signing on.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
thank
so.
There I am.
Good evening.
Sorry,
Thank you,
I
Mr.
couldn't
Proakis.
unmute on my side. All right.
That's okay. So we're ready to move on with 483 Broadway and 620 Broadway. And I understand you have something you'd like to share with us?
Yes. So I would like to talk to you for a moment about both of these cases before you take up either, and be available if necessary to answer questions about either of them afterwards. These cases have a similarity to them. They're on a street, Broadway, that is wide, and that our specific zoning ordinance for most of the building types requires a minimum of a certain number of stories, which I believe from a policy perspective and a strategy perspective, it makes a lot of sense. It's not something you see a lot. I think some folks have commented about it being something they haven't seen before, but it does exist in zoning ordinances across the country where they want to make sure that we have a certain intensity of development. And on a wide street like Broadway, one of the strategies of having taller buildings as things get redeveloped is it makes that street feel like a more comfortable place for pedestrians than if you sort of have a wide street with low buildings. So for the most part, and in general, I think it makes a lot of sense to try our best to discourage the low buildings under those circumstances, and that's where the zoning goes. But I have had a chance to spend a little bit of time with the proponents of both 483 and 620 Broadway. Each of them have a variance request in front of you regarding this particular issue. Each case is a little bit different. The hardship circumstances around both are substantially different. The result in both cases is building a building that isn't quite as tall as the minimums that we are looking for. But there's a staff recommendation in favor on both, and I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about why I think that there's a case that I would like you to consider strongly in both of these cases as to why this can potentially make sense in these two circumstances. 483 is the one you have up first. I know you've seen it before. That particular case involves a retail building that I believe is going to end up at 2 stories if approved, and the floor to ceiling heights are a little lower than in our standard. In that particular circumstance, that lot sits, I believe 8 feet of that lot, linearly across and 8 feet deep. That lot sits in Somerville, and all of the rest of the development in that lot is in the city of Medford. Now, I do a lot to try to work collaboratively with Medford and make sure that our worlds interact with each other and our strategies interact with each other. And if you look up and down Broadway, I can point to a couple of our successes on that. There's buildings we've done on the line. There's a very large building done completely over the Medford side of the line that we worked with on some transportation issues right in Lagoon Square. That's actually where Woody's Liquors is today, where they're looking to move out of into this particular site. But in this particular site, I think there has been some divergence of strategy. Medford, their zoning board, their residents, from my understanding, didn't want a tall building here. And they went to the Board of Appeals there. They've gotten an approval. You have that attached to the latest draft of the staff report for a particular building, a particular type, a particular strategy, which would not allow the 3-story minimum building that we require just on the other side of that line. Now, I inquired with the applicant about pushing the building all the way back onto the Medford side, but he and his designers really didn't want to do that. I don't think it's a great idea because it's going to leave this kind of front yard gap on a main street that we typically don't have. I certainly don't want that front yard gap to turn into front yard parking or something that's really unappealing. So I think in this particular case, when you look at the hardship standard of topography, land conditions regarding lot, the lot line, the the city line on the lot is the unique thing about that lot. The city line, I think, gives you some capacity to be able to consider making the finding that it meets that standard. And if you determine that it is a reasonable hardship, I think there's the capacity to be able to be supportive of this project if after, obviously you've heard some testimony, you may hear more. I want to make sure you have the full picture, but I think there's some value in considering that I would say that the minimum height requirements is a circumstance where you might be more likely to see a variance request in the future. That doesn't mean we don't want to have the rule. Maybe we should have a talk about whether or not it can be waived by special permit. But I think it's a good rule to have, but we need to understand that while we may be able to get 3-story buildings up and down Broadway through redevelopment or 4 or 5, there may be circumstances where it doesn't work. I want to turn to 620, the other project. Hardship situation here is a little different, but the circumstances are quite the same. So I believe, and I can't remember if you were there, but I know Elaine and Susan were there back in 2015 when this property first came to the Zoning Board of Appeals here in Somerville. And this is the Shield gas station that's right by the bridge that you go over between Ball Square and heading to Magoon. And the Shield gas station, we had a developer who was had a pretty good idea of what he wanted to do. And he wanted to do upper story residential with retail on this site. Ideal, right near T Station. I think he had a 4-story building, 11 units, kind of squeezed parking underground. It was a very interesting site proposal. And after a couple of hearings and a couple of discussions, this board approved that project. We came to find out after this board approved that project that Shell Oil Corporation, who had sold this somewhere in the chain of title, with a concern about contamination in the ground underneath, had placed a use limitation on this property that says you can never have residential here. So the applicant went back to Shell and said, we'd really like you to release this restriction so that we can do this. We'll clean the soil up, we'll check it more, we'll monitor it, we'll do anything we want for you to release this. And what came back is the previous landowner basically was like, no, we're never releasing this, we're not doing it. So from our perspective, we as a community started looking at this as an all commercial site. Like we kind of said, this residential, it's not going to happen, it can't happen. Soil conditions mean it can't happen. And if you see the zoning map in this area, we zoned it commercial core to take residential off the table, not because we as a staff thought it was a bad residential site, but because we knew residential wasn't ever going to be able to happen here. And therefore, we just moved into the commercial district to try to encourage commercial. And then I started pursuing the idea of retail with upper story office. Like that's kind of where I was looking at the world going from there. So we had that option, we had that opportunity, and we had an applicant who was interested in the possibility. Meanwhile, the bridge closed there. The gas station basically failed financially with no traffic in front of it. So now they've taken the tanks out and they're not selling gas there. It's basically sitting vacant. I think there's some cars parked there day to day. I don't know quite what that's all about, but generally speaking, it's a vacant site. I think that what's happened here now is we have an applicant, he wants to do first floor retail, and the circumstances are not ripe for upper story office. Upper story residential could be doable, but it's not allowed on the lot based on the restriction in our zoning. The ability of doing a second floor of retail is really tough to do with this particular circumstance and this particular use. They're looking at the marijuana use as a retail. An upper story office, the market for it is just plain dead at this point. You can do labs as we've seen, we can do kind of all sorts of uses that require people to come into an office every day, but those places are generally looking for larger sites, larger floor plates, like the big lab buildings that we're seeing. So the ability to finance a building with upper story sort of traditional office is stuck, at least at this point in time. Now the applicant submitted some information about soil conditions and challenges. Councillor Niedergang submitted a letter, which I believe you have, where he suggested a condition that says that they designed the building so that it could take upper story office at some future point. I would say that, well, I don't necessarily want to put a timeline on that because I don't know where the market will go and when, and I think it would really make it hard for someone to meet a timeline. If the applicant actually can do that, I think that may be a way to make sure that we're at least office ready without having to tear this building down again to start over at some point. But I do think that if you look at the circumstances, the soil condition, particularly the contamination condition that caused this residential restriction, the shape of the lot that doesn't make it easy to build a big lab, which sort of leaves you with office as the only thing in the use table you can do on an upper floor, makes it really, really difficult to get an upper floor activity that works here. So that basically it leans it to the idea that you have the capacity to potentially grant a variance to do the single story building. We don't want to do this up and down Broadway. The good news is most developers don't. Most of them want to do upper story retail. I mean upper story residential. But we have this Medford site where they don't want to do upper story residential in Medford, and we've got this particular site where you can't do upper story residential because of the situation with the use limitation. And I hope that in the rest of the block, when things come up and people look at doing 4-story buildings, I believe that doing 3, 4, 5, whatever the zoning is, we'll see these buildings with upper story residential. But I think what is rather unique is that there are two owners that I've had a chance to converse with about this that I think have interesting, viable, and therefore led to a staff recommendation in favor reasons why a variance to go a little smaller for now will still build out the street wall, will still create a nice sidewalk experience, won't be as tall as the rest of what's done around there, but each has their own unique reason why to be in this circumstance. So I just wanted to provide that kind of perspective, because one of the variance standards is that it has to be something unique to the site that doesn't happen elsewhere. We have two, unique, not one unique, but we have two particular unique situations here that have occurred on this block where it may be worth the consideration in this case, and I don't think we're going to see them over and over again. So I'm happy to answer questions about that, or you can move into your public hearings and just reach out if you have a question for me in particular. But I just wanted to share that I think that there are circumstances here where it may make sense to consider it. Our staff recommended in favor. You have Councillor Niedergain's letter with his suggestion about how to do 620. I think it's interesting, so it's worth discussing all of that tonight and seeing where you land. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Mr. Proakis. Catherine, you had your hand up.
Yes, Madam Chair. George, I don't know if you're able to answer this type of question, but I noticed that in some of the materials we were provided, the use of some of these buildings was at issue. Is that a factor we're allowed to consider who potential tenants are?
I think that, well, I don't have 483 in front of me. I know on 620, the question in front of you is the variance for the single story. And the marijuana use is actually, I believe, a planning board case, if I have this correct. So they're going to take that up. I think you should sort of look at it as an empty single story storefront. And if they get the ability to do marijuana from the planning board, great. And if they don't, they still have the ability to build a single story retail building. For Woody's, I don't know, does that particular use trigger a zoning board special permit? Ms. White's saying no, so I think
Sorry, so the use is okay. They need site plan approval from the planning board, so they still have to go through the planning board process regardless.
Right, but their use is by right, though. Is that the case? Okay, so they're an allowed use. So really, we're focused on a physical design issue question here, essentially.
Great.
Perfect.
Thank you, Catherine. George, you're just going to sit tight and keep on board here with us?
Sure, absolutely. I'll go off screen, but I'll be around.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Before George goes away, did anybody have a question for him other than Catherine? No, beautiful. Sarah?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I don't have a question for Mr. Proakis, but I was just, I'm trying to remember, did we open the case? Was it read into the record? Okay, very good. Thank you.
I wanted to have Mr. Proakis speak to us, and then we'll go off, and then we're going to open the cases individually.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Sarah. Thank you, Mr. Proakis. Okay, so without further ado, the next case coming up is 483 Broadway. I believe this was re-advertised, so the clerk is gonna open it, and Miss Risa can make sure everybody's listening in on us. Go ahead there, Catherine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the matter of 483 Broadway, P&Z 21-012, which was continued from November 17th, 2020 1 and re-advertise. Tavis Babbitt seeks variances for story height and from the minimum number of stories in the mid-rise 4 MR4 district.
Thank you. 483 Broadway, who's on board tonight?
Yes, Madam Chair, Tavis Babbitt is here. Raisa, I can unmute, if you're okay with it, I can unmute the folks that I know are applicants for the projects I'm working on. And if you want to end up unmuting anybody who has public comment after, does that work for you?
That works.
Okay, great. So Tavis, I have unmuted you on our end. If you could unmute yourself on your end. And Tavis, so two things. One, could you let me know if I should right now be unmuting anybody else? And two, every time before you speak, please state your name. And that goes for everybody who speaks. And before jumping in and speaking, please address the chair and ask for permission to speak.
Thank you.
So Tavis, anybody else that do you want me to unmute right now?
Yes, this is Tavis. Tavis, if you could find John Wood, he might want to speak up at some point, so I have him available.
Yep. All right. I will do that in the meantime.
Okay.
John,
Again,
I
this is
haven't.
Tavis Babbitt.
Sorry, John, I've unmuted you, but if you would refrain from speaking until until directed by the chair, that would be great.
All
Okay,
set,
Tavis,
folks?
sorry.
Who's going to speak?
Good
Identify
evening.
yourself.
This is Tavis Babbitt, back again. Thank you for having us again. Since last time we took the notes from the board, and we also went back to our plans and our notes for the existing conditions and confirmed some heights. And so therefore, as we come before you now, we've made some changes to not only the look of the exterior, but also the adjusted information is more accurate for the section details showing the floor-to-floor heights, the story heights. And so based on what we have for the existing structure, it's been adjusted to match what we have at the site. So the first floor story height is now 11'2", which would be more accurate. And in order to adjust everything
Tavis,
within reason.
Tavis,
Yes.
why don't you put up a picture there of what the front's going to look like? Show us
I
what
don't
you're.
know if I have that
show
ability
up
right
what you're
now.
gonna do.
If you'll give me, Bryce, are you able to upgrade Tavis?
I am making you a presenter.
Excellent.
Thanks, Risa.
You should be able to present now.
Okay. Very good. And let's see here. I got to select the right screen. There we go. All right. So hopefully you can see that is the set of
Perfect.
plans that we submitted. Excellent.
Don't we love modern technology?
Yep. And you can even see my ugly mug this time.
We saw that. We saw that. I didn't want to say anything. Okay, speak to us.
So, yes, so we made some changes to the front. As you'll see in the cover sheet here, this rendering is showing some updated, more commercial style windows on the second floor. Previously, we had fewer windows, double hung windows, smaller. So these have been changed to look more like a storefront commercial building on the Somerville side, you could say. And that also carries around on the second floor, as well as down on the side elevation. So I'm going to go down to the sheet here that shows the other elevations. So we updated these elevations to show those new windows, as well as a storefront facing Strathmore Street, so around the corner here of the side of the building. So everything in Somerville really looks more like a commercial storefront building. And changing some of these window divisions also helped to get more glass on the street side. So that was one of the major changes, as well as I mentioned the floor-to-floor height here is now more accurate from what we had before was inaccurate. It's based on an average grade erroneous number, I guess, from what I understood. So 11'2" is now the first floor story height. We did maintain the second story 10-foot height. Therefore, our overall building did increase by roughly a foot from the previous design. Our hope is that that won't be an issue as we go back to Medford, but we wanted to make sure that we had that second story 10-foot height based on the requirements for Somerville. And let's see here. So aside from that, the changes are minimal. We did add a few more windows. On the side elevation, we added a couple here. Again, more of the storefront style, as well as on the opposite elevation. But aside from that, the design is essentially the same. We still have the two spaces. One would be for the liquor store. The other one would be a retail space with the second floor being more storage, but it could be used for really any part of that retail space. And so this reflects the changes to the windows here and here and here on the second floor. I think that's the majority of the changes that were involved. Happy to take any other questions, or if John wants to add anything.
There was you had to do a correction on the zoning data table.
Yes, I don't think that was included previously. So we just put in a zoning data table, and some of the information that was initially in there was maybe carried over from a different project. So what was recently submitted should be more accurate.
Madam Chair?
Yes, please. Sarah White, yes?
Yes, sorry about that. I just wanted to point out, Tavis, you're showing the wrong zoning data table. What you just showed mentioned Troll Street, which is a copy and paste error.
Correct.
From the first one. So do you have the most recent one that Natalia sent in?
This should be the one that I'm showing at the moment.
Okay, very good. So you're just flipping between the two. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
Very good, thank you
One
so
on the
much.
board is the one that's going to go with all the plans and everything.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And we
Thank you.
burnt the other ones. We burnt the other ones.
Yeah,
So they'll
please.
slip in there. Okay. All right. So let's open this up now to the public. Risa, could you take care of that for us, please?
If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand and I'll unmute you to speak. Don't see any hands so far. There are no hands raised.
Okay. So we'll close the public portion of 483 Broadway, that's P and Z 21-012, and open it up to the board for their questions. I think we did a pretty good job on this the last time. And we got a couple of nice new things to look at. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Yes, Ann Fullerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tavis, I appreciate the updates to the elevation, and I'm just curious, I noticed that the materiality of the first two stories is called out, but not the materiality of the parapet. And I was wondering if you had any plans for that you wanted to share.
Yes, so this section up here, again, kind of transition to materials does kind of break up those long vertical surfaces. So we were planning on doing some sort of a smoother finish there, probably with paneling. Probably like a hardy board smooth panel with divisions that might match the storefront trim with a molding around the top. Something to, again, break up the expanse. As you know, with any taller building in a neighborhood, we want to kind of break that up, any vertical space. So that was the idea behind the material transition there.
And my second thought is not really something for Tavis to answer, but really a condition that I would like applied to this project, which I mentioned at our last meeting. that the air handling units are conditioned to meet either Medford or Somerville's noise ordinance, whichever noise ordinance is most restrictive.
Okay. I like that. Does the rest of the board like that? We've worked on a lot of that in other buildings. They do get old, they do get noisy. Even we spoke about on the top of the buildings when we do antennas for AT&T or Verizon or whatever, and they have some handlers up there. They tend after a while. So there is a noise, we do in the city, do have a noise ordinance for that. So if everybody's in agreement with that, Catherine, you're gonna ask a question about that?
Yes, Madam Chair. Just by the nature of there being an ordinance in Somerville and that I'm aware of, I don't know if there's one in Medford. Wouldn't the air handlers be subject to this if they were to be too noisy and we don't need an extra restriction for an ordinance that already exists?
Well, right now the air handlers are on the Medford side of the building.
Okay. Where, Tavis, do you know where they're going in the future?
Back.
Yes, I believe we have a plan of that in the mechanicals section here. Let's see if I have the roof plan here. Let's see here.
Hey.
Trying to find it here. No. So right now, this is the location, and it's just beyond that column line C. So yes, the majority, I think the machines would all be located in Medford on the current plan.
Is that on the back of the building or on the sides?
This is the street here. This is Broadway here, and
Yeah.
Strathmore here. So these are the two air handlers right here, and so that line C, if we go back up here, let's see if I can get to the right place quickly. C is right there, which is approximately, let's see if I can get the right sheet here. So that's set back from almost where the existing building is. So those are entirely located in Medford at the moment.
Where are they going?
On the roof, underneath the parapet. So they aren't seeing it visually, but they are located on the roof in the Medford section of the building.
But not very far.
No, that's correct.
I see what you're saying, Ann. So what do we do with something like that, Sarah? It is on the Medford portion of the building, but really not that far out of Somerville. And what if we have a noise ordinance of that already, so we don't have to condition it? Is that what you're saying?
We do have a noise ordinance in Somerville, yes. So actually, since Mr. Proakis is actually here, I'm actually going to ask if he would quickly weigh in on this, because we can't condition something that is in another municipality.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
Right. Mr. Proakis, do you have insight on this? Do you need me to repeat the issue?
No, I've been following the issue. I find that you have asked a fascinating legal question for which I am not a lawyer and I don't have the answer, but let me just try to frame it for a moment with an interesting thought, if you don't mind. And it looks like you have an air handler that sits just over the other side of the line, right?
Right.
It's Medford, but it's just over the line in Medford. We have a local noise ordinance. If the source of a noise sits over the line, but the noise is in Somerville, is our noise ordinance enforceable to that noise, even though its source is on the other side of the line? Its impact is still on our community. I don't know the answer to that question. I have no idea. I mean, if the applicant was willing, if we know the standards of the air handling units and we're willing to volunteer to say that they will maintain Somerville standards, that would be great. I don't know what Medford's are, but I really don't have any insight beyond that. And you have a member with her hand up, so I will let her speak next and think about this.
Thank you. Catherine?
Madam Chair, I would be really reticent for us to try to enforce Somerville's noise ordinances on items that are located in Medford, which has its own ordinances. I think we could be walking into a hornet's nest on that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, if people in Somerville are listening to that noise next to them and they want to call on it, we don't want to necessarily say to Somerville, oh, that's not our problem, that part of the building's in Medford. So I think it's something that I'm trying to think of how we can move forward tonight and still look into this. You know, if we want to go forward with this and approve this evening, how would we handle dealing with this, making it or not making it a condition? Unless we word it in such a way, I don't know. Does anybody have a suggestion? Yes, George Proakis.
So a few thoughts. So I'm in the fastest moment I possibly can here, scanning Medford's Code of Ordinances online. I don't see a decibel-based noise ordinance in Medford similar to what we have in Somerville. I see some general rules on operating machinery outside of certain hours, but I don't see a specific circumstance. You know, there's a couple things you could consider doing. You know, you could place a condition on with a caveat at the beginning of it. There's something to the effect of, to the extent that this is enforceable, and then say what you want to say, and then, you know, we'd have to deal with it actually if it becomes an issue. We have to, we could address the circumstance where to try, well, I guess, look, one way you can say is, you know, you can add any condition on something if the applicant is willing to allow you to do it. So I don't know what the applicant's thoughts are on that, but it certainly would be unique for us to be standing at the city line with a decibel meter trying to figure out if something going on the other side of the line was noisy. All that said, new modern air handling units shouldn't exceed our noise ordinance. Like, if they are, they're broken. Like, something is wrong, it needs to be fixed. That's kind of my biggest takeaway. But I don't know if the applicant has any more information about the specifics of this unit. It also is very good that it is right in the middle of the roof. You know, it's basically centered, so it's really like, I mean, it's a little forward, but side to side it's middle, so it's pretty far from people's windows.
Okay. Yes, Catherine.
Madam Chair, I think the problematic portion of the suggestion is tying it to a zoning ordinance or a noise ordinance, where we do not have the authority to put that type of restriction on something in Medford. If the applicant wanted to stick to maybe just a generic decibel rating for the air handlers that's not tied to a Medford ordinance or a Somerville ordinance, that may be a different way of wording it and getting to the solution that Anne wants, if the applicant would be amenable to it.
Okay. First, Ann Fullerton.
Tavis, would you and your team be willing to move the air handlers to the Somerville side of the building, therefore making this sort of a clear definition of whose noise ordinance you would be meeting?
I believe maybe John, if he wants to speak up, I know that the plans were put together already, but I don't know exactly what the impact would be for the duct and design system of the system itself. I'd have to defer to the mechanical engineer on that one.
Yeah, I'm here, Chair Madam. Thank you so much it's John Wood, owner of the property. So George is absolutely spot on. The air handlers that are used today are more quiet than an air conditioner that you see in the windows in, most Somerville apartments today. These things are energy efficient. I can assure you, I just put them in recently in another project. I don't even know they're up there anymore. I don't hear them. I can assure you, I would be willing to, have something put in to, an amendment, or just to reassure everybody that the air handlers are not going to be very loud at all. And again, where they are is, and again, they're designed where they are for a reason, to minimize anybody from hearing anything. They're directly in the middle of the roof. And I can assure you, no one's going to hear them. No one hears the ones that I have in my store now, and those are 40 years old, and much louder than the new ones are going to ever be. So I can assure you, if you wanted to put something in there that would, some type of a noise, then we can, obviously address it. But I can assure everyone here tonight, those air handlers are not going to be heard.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Wood.
Thank you.
So
Madam
where do we
Chair.
stand, board? Who's saying Madam Chair? Sarah?
I apologize,
Sarah,
Madam Chair. Thank you. So I'm going through, I'm seeing a couple of questions come in here, and it looks like a couple of people wanted to make a comment, including Councilor Niedergang, and they were missed as we went through the list. And I'd like to offer that we should allow those two people to speak.
Well, I was going to have Mr. Niedergang speak absolutely anyway. And I have his letter also that I want to introduce before he spoke. But if you have other constituents, or I'd call civilians out there, no problem. We will reopen the public portion of 483 Broadway. I don't think we closed that.
I wasn't sure that you had.
No,
So
I did not, I don't think. I haven't asked for that yet. We were still speaking. I don't know. Well, if we did, let the record show that I'm reopening the public portion of 483 Broadway, and we're letting them all speak. And then after that, I'd like to invite Councilor Niedergang to speak as well.
very good.
So have
Madam Chair, there's a Debbie that has their hand raised up. I'm going to unmute you, Debbie. You'll have to unmute yourself on your side to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, it's Debbie
Great.
who?
Hi, thank you. Debbie Canoa, 600 Broadway.
Okay. Did we receive something from you?
Yes, I sent an email.
Oh, good. That's
yeah.
what I thought.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's what I want to say. Like, I did send an email. This is for 620 Broadway, but being a resident on Broadway, we really appreciate having the public knowledge of like what is developing in this area. We've been here for 18 years at this address, so we've been looking for change, and we are, as residents here, we're concerned about where the development is going. So meaning we are looking for services to help provide amenities to residents here. So I missed this because I came into the meeting late, but what is the plan for this use of this building at 483? This is the old laundromat, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is gonna, well, that is not under our purview, but I'll be happy to answer it for you. And Mr. Wood is online as well. It's gonna be a liquor store. And he has one in Ball Square currently.
Yep.
And I believe, go ahead, Mr. Wood, for the record.
No, it's Magoon Square.
Oh,
Magoon,
Magoon
okay.
Square, I'm sorry, thank you. Why don't you speak, so it's gonna be a liquor store, and what else?
To be determined.
Okay,
Hopefully Peeny's Pizza.
okay,
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, great
Debbie?
information. So we're just looking for services to meet the needs of the residents here. So I feel like the board is kind of keeping an eye out for that. So thank you for your time on this one.
Thank you, and
Thank you.
you know that, Debbie, we were talking right now about 483 Broadway, right?
Yeah,
Because
there's
you're
a
up
lot.
at what, 600 or something?
I'm at 600 and I'm
Yeah,
on the
that's
call
all.
mainly for 620 tonight. Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay, great.
Thank
Well,
you.
we'll hear from you again. Thank you.
Thanks, neighbor.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the public that wants to speak to us? Now, we're talking about 483 Broadway, the old laundromat building that had a bad fire. Does
I
Liza
only,
see anybody?
Madam Chair, I only see Mark's hand up.
Okay. That's it then? All right, so Mr. Needigang, welcome.
You're unmuted now. You may speak.
For the
Thank you,
record,
Madam Chair and members of the
welcome to
zoning
you.
board.
Yep,
Can you hear me?
yes.
Great. I just, you probably seen the email that I sent on November 16th, so I won't repeat it. But I just wanted to express my strong support for this application. I think the owner is between a rock and a hard place in terms of two different zoning codes. And I also want to add that this liquor store is a Somerville institution next to Chum Field that has been there for decades. Moving the store nearby will not only be good for the owner, but also for many neighbors who are customers. The business has earned a great deal of goodwill in the neighborhood and the community. I realize this may be irrelevant to the variance application technically, but I wanted to make sure that you know that this is a well-loved business in the neighborhood. And of course, this laundromat has been an eyesore and a completely useless piece of property for well over a decade. So I strongly support and hope that you will grant the variance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank
Thank you,
you.
Mark.
So I guess that's it on the public portion and from the counselor. Riser, do you know of anybody else who want to weigh in on this tonight? Anybody else? That's it?
Madam Chair, I don't see any more hands raised, but I will do one more search through. That seems to be it.
Okay, beautiful. So now we'll close the public portion of 27 Houghton and thank our counselor for weighing in as well tonight and move over to the board. Now, these are variances and we have a little different kind of criteria that we like to question. So first of all, I want to go around the board one more time and ask all you folks if there's anything that we didn't cover that you have on your mind. I thank Ian for, well, we didn't finish up with that. How are we going to address this? No, yes, Ian Fullerton.
I just pulled up the Somerville zoning ordinance, and
Yes.
the DBAs for the 2 units do not meet the restrictions of Somerville. They're just slightly higher, but they don't meet Somerville's zoning. Or
What is
Somerville's
Somerville zoning?
noise ordinance. It varies depending on the time of day and the duration of the unit running. So there's like 9 decibel levels, but they exceed even the highest.
Oh. And where is our applicant? Tavis? Can we use the same spot, do the same thing, but get units that meet the Somerville decibels?
Well, the question would be, where is that taken? Is it because from what I'm looking at, it says the measurement of noise should be at the property line. Those decibel per hour numbers are for the units at the units. So I'm not sure if that would translate to at the property line entirely. I don't know if that's accurate or not. That's a quick look at the requirements here. It would have to be something we'd actually measure at the site. And if you're talking about something that's behind a parapet that's, 2.5 feet tall, up 2 stories, at the property line, I don't think that a 80 decibel unit is going to reach 60, at the floor or the street.
There's no way.
Yeah.
Sarah
But again,
White.
I'm not the professional. I don't know exactly But that's my guess based on that.
Right.
Sarah
So
White?
I think, ultimately it's going to be ISD that will end up doing this measurement, and it's ISD that is going to have to enforce the decibel rule. So I can't speak for ISD as to where they would take those measurements from. I would guess if they're at the property line of the property and it's hitting above the decibels, then, that might be an issue, but ultimately that is something that ISD will have to deal with.
I have a question for planning. We are zoning and we're addressing the variances.
That's right.
Now, this goes back to the office, and now it's going to go to planning. Is this something that this concern of our board, that even though maybe we don't have the purview for that, and it's very complicated because of the two cities and where they're being placed, is that something you might bring back to the team and say, oh, and by the way, do we want to look at the air handlers?
What I would do, Madam Chair, since it will come back to the planning office in preparation for being put forward to the planning board, I will have a discussion internally about this, and we can follow up on this further, since the planning board does have the site plan approval process. So I will talk with ISD, and I will talk internally about how we need to handle that. But I do agree that, that really what is under your purview is just the variance for the story height and number of stories. I completely 100% appreciate the question, without a doubt. And so therefore we will look into it on our end prior to it going to the planning board for their site plan approval.
Great, thank you. Because I think we spent enough time on that, and it's really, our hands are tied the more I'm thinking of it. But I like that you're part of the planning team and you can go back, and Ian can only thank her for the suggestion into something to go forward to. Because as we go forward with all this new zoning and guidelines and fixing up the city, we want to do it right. This time around, we've got the beautiful opportunity and the tools and stuff to make it even better. So that's what we're going to keep trying to do, is keep being fair to our applicants, but also we as a board, we have, we think too, whether it be Elaine talking about landscaping, or Ian now speaking about the decibels and the noise ordinance, or Catherine chiming in, or might even be in someday with an architectural comment. So I'd like the comments to keep coming forward from the board. Thank you very much. And I think I appreciate if Sarah goes back and kind of puts this on the table. And like you said, this is an inspectional services item. So Ian, is that okay with you? Ian Fullerton? Thank you. Thank you for your input. Catherine, you all set with this? Who's speaking?
I'm sorry, Madam
Sarah?
Chair. I can see myself, and I'm talking to myself on the screen when I should be raising my hand so you can see me, so I apologize. I just wanted to make one quick point of note. When you close the public comment hearing portion, you mentioned that you were closing it for 27 Houghton instead of 483 Broadway.
Oh my goodness.
So that's okay.
You're batting 1,000 tonight. Thank you for the heads up.
You're welcome.
So again, here we go, another correction, but at least we're getting it right. I appreciate your patience, and I appreciate anybody paying attention. So for the record, the last time we did a call for the public portion and closed it, it was for let me get my numbers right, 483 Broadway, Somerville, Massachusetts. Thank you. Now,
I'm
is
sorry,
there
Madam Chairman, can I have one? I'm sorry to interrupt you. This is John Wood again.
Yes.
If I could just bring one thing to Ann's attention in regards to those air handlers, one last comment. There aren't really any Somerville residents that would affect. The closest Somerville residents are across the street. There is no one next to me other than the Salvation Army. Like I said, there'd be very few people that the air handlers, if in fact were as loud as as some of the ones that I hear in my older establishments, there would be very few Somerville residents that would be affected. Just wanted to make that comment.
Well, I'd like to comment before Ann says anything. We know where you are, and we know where you want to go.
Yeah.
And things change. That's why we have summer vision.
Okay.
So Salvation Army may not be there forever. And who knew you'd be here 40 years later? So,
That's
you know
true.
what I'm saying? So we have to think ahead of the edge. You
Okay,
know, we have to pay attention to some of these things.
all right.
And that
I
little
see.
side street may change someday. You never know.
Yep.
So I appreciate your input, but I've got to stand up here for the Ann Fullerton and our board, and that we really have to do a job here, and we're trying to do it.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
So anybody else on the board have any comments about this matter? About the variances, about the ceiling heights? Are you happy? Yes, Catherine's got a hand up.
I just wanted to ask one quick question. We didn't discuss any of the conditions that are in the staff memo. Do we need to do that, or do we just address them?
Well, with, you know,
They
if
were
you,
just for recording the decisions mostly.
they were what?
For recording the decision with the Registry of Deeds and making sure physical
Yeah,
copies.
that's
Okay.
right. Yeah, no, not necessarily. When we have these things in the conditions that can be found on page 5 in our staff report, the staff report of December 15th, 2021, the applicant usually reads them over with their representative in case they have a particular issue they want to highlight, and/or if anybody here doesn't like something they see or doesn't understand something or wants to add to it, as Ann was just trying to do. So I don't see there's anything special here. Does anybody see anything special or anything they'd like to address on the permit conditions? No? Okay. So now we can go forward with our talking about our reasons why. Well, right now, I think, are we all in the positive mode of approving this tonight? Okay, so our next step is we have to address the particular, the criteria for the approval of the variances and what we'd like to bring out as information to push this over the top. So for the considerations and findings, which I want to ask everyone, do you believe that each of the criteria was handled tonight in our conversation? On page 4, we start here, I believe. If everybody like to look at your stuff there. The special circumstances, I mean, I don't want to speak for anybody, but I'm happy to go forward a little bit and jump in if you have something you want to say. It's where it is between two cities, certain portions only in Somerville, as opposed to, let's say, if we were 3/4 of the building, you know, we're trying to have a good liaison with the city of Medford. We do have properties that, so we like to work with them. And we have a businessman in Somerville. It's been here a long, long time. I know that as well. And as Councilor Nita Gang brought forward about all the goodwill in the neighborhood and stuff. And I think he's, I don't really know of any, I know this doesn't come under our purview, but I don't know of any insulting reputation to selling to kids. And, you know, these are important things in a neighborhood of a liquor store coming in that you want to make sure that they're legit. And I think that this gentleman's reputation and store has proven that. What else do we have here? Does anybody else, the circumstances, the enforcement of the ordinances? Oh, here we go. The MR4, we want the 4 is the maximum, right? And usually 2 is the minimum. What, 3, right? 3, yes, thank you. So here we go again. Medford is 2. No, what do you do? Have a building that's slanted? I asked about that the last meeting. So I think that was another reason. We're not trying to make an ugly building here, trying to make an attractive, professional looking building on a main thoroughfare in Somerville. So that's why I would that variance. And then the granting substantial good public good and without notifying, I think number 3 falls under the category we've discussed. Does anybody want to speak to any of those hardship variance considerations, or is that okay? All right. So then the next option is what's the, so we got the facts that lead to the conclusion, just everything I just said. And if the board wishes to apply the staff recommendations of permit conditions, yes, Catherine brought that forward, so that's in our packet. And there are no other conditions from the board except that Ann spoke about, and we're going to address that, Ann, with inspectional services. So unless we have further ado or any comments, can we go ahead and ask the clerk to make a motion? Now, I have one question. When we're doing this tonight, and Miss Sarah, you've been with us for a long time, so you can help us where our liaison's not here tonight. And our new
Sure.
gal, I shouldn't not presume that you don't know this, Risa, but when we make our motion, are we going to address both of them? Because we have the height, the ceiling height.
Correct, yes. Madam Chair, when you make your motion, you should address both of them, and you should adopt findings for both of them.
Well, even though they're very repetitive, we can't do a
I like to
blanket.
err
we have
on
to
the
have
side of
individual.
safety myself, yes.
All right.
Because each
So-
variance has its own argument, and each variance has their own argument. Like, for example, we have other cases where there are very different variances being asked for, and so an applicant has to make their argument as to why each one is justified, which is exactly the case for this as well. Even though the story height and number of stories are related, they're both different variances. So yes, so you should do them separately and adopt findings for each.
Okay, so Catherine, you're gonna make your motion. And it's for, you give the address and give all that stuff. And then you're gonna highlight, this is gonna be on the height of the building, you know, the MR 4 requirement. And then when you do that, we'll all vote on that. And then on the second vote for the height of the ceilings, floor, right? It's the floor, are we calling it, where am I here?
It is story height and number of stories.
Thank you.
Yes.
Story, height, and number of stories. So, Catherine, whatever you want to go with first is fine. And take your time, and we will help you with the verbiage if need be. Sarah, I'm asking you for that aid, in Risa.
Sure.
All right. So following public testimony and review of the submitted materials, deliberation of the required considerations, as we've outlined the hardships and our findings previously, I make a motion to approve the variance for story height for.
What address?
Right.
What address number? What
That's-
address and number?
Apologies, we are at 483 Broadway, PZ 21-012.
Thank you. So this one's on the height of the building?
Yes, this is the variance for the story height.
Okay. And our argument is that we're going to adopt all of the staff report from November 17th, 2021, as well as December 15th, 2021, and adopt all the conditions and findings of said report. And we feel that there are special circumstances for how for the heights, because we're trying to work with the city of Medford with their residential zoning, as well as Sarah, Catherine.
I feel like you were doing a good job.
Okay. And as far as the involved for the hardship, the financial, we feel that right now the market is right now good for for 2-story in this MR4, and it's would not be detrimental to the public good, and it is the intent and purpose of the ordinance is better off said this time with just 2 stories. So without further ado, Catherine, the filling-in clerk, ask for a vote in the affirmative from the board as we go around.
How
Ann
about a second?
Fullerton?
How
Oh,
about a
I'm
second?
sorry. Thank you, Ann. Thank you, Elaine. I'm glad to see you paying it. Elaine, that was a test, all right? So we have a second from Elaine Severino. So in the matter of 483 Broadway, that's P and Z 2021-012, and this is in the matter of the height of the building. All in favor, please say aye. Against, say nay. Ann Fullerton,
Aye.
Ann Brockelman,
Aye.
Elaine Severino,
Aye.
Catherine Garavaglia,
Aye.
and Susan Fontano, aye. Let the record show it was a unanimous vote, 5 for the variance on the height of the building. Now we will take up the heights of the what are we
The
saying here now?
Number
Number
of
of
stories.
stories.
The story height.
No, we just did story height, so this
Yeah.
would be for the
Number of
numbers.
stories.
Number of stories, I'm sorry. I had a number sign there, okay, number of stories. So go ahead, Catherine, make your motion.
Okay,
Everything again.
I know, you're gonna carry the second half. So following the public testimony, review of the submitted materials and the deliberation of the required considerations outlined in the Somerville zoning ordinance, I make a motion to approve the variance for the number of stories for 483 Broadway, P and Z 21-012.
Thank you. We are gonna, we're working with the planning staff report of December 15, 2021, as well as November 17th, 2021, December 15th, I hope I said. We are also adopting the conditions that are on page 5 in our report. We feel that some of the considerations in this matter is that because of the shape and the measurements of the building on the corner there between the city of Medford and the city of Somerville, that we're trying to cooperate with the residential section behind us, the zoning behind us. Also, we feel this would be a desirable relief because it's only going to be 2-story, and we're trying to make it a good-looking building and attractive on a main thoroughfare, and it'd be good for the neighboring buildings as it stands. And the enforcement of the provision for MR4 with the number of stories, we're going with the 2, and we feel that's what this area can handle right now, especially abutting, again, the residential section of Medford. Unless somebody has to add anything to that? Did I miss something? No? Okay, so all in favor, again, of approving this variance?
We need a motion.
Oh, thank you again. Okay, so all those in favor of approving this motion, please say aye after we get our second by Elaine for the motion.
Second.
Elaine, thank you, Elaine. Okay, Ann Fullerton,
Aye.
Ann Brockelman,
Aye.
Elaine Severino,
Aye.
Catherine Garavaglia,
Aye.
and Susan Fontano, aye. Let the record show that everyone voted in favor and it's unanimous. Thank you, and 483 team, thank you very much for all your cooperation. Good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate the efforts tonight. Take care.
Okay. Our next item on the agenda is 620 Broadway.
Madam Chair, if I may, Raisa, if you can not, if you haven't already, if you can make sure that Tavis is no longer a presenter, then that'll allow the next person to share their screen.
Yeah, I see a hand raised for Peter Quinn.
And let's see, unmute Peter Quinn. Let me unmute him for you.
There's also a Bill that has their hand raised.
And let's see if there's a Sean O'Donovan as well. And a Sean O'Donovan. Sean, I've unmuted you at my end. If you could tell me who else needs to be unmuted at this time as part of your applicant team, then we can do that, or we could do it after you finish presenting.
Thank you, Sarah. Hello, everybody. I think those three are fine for right now.
Okay, so
Thank
that's Peter Quinn and Bill, and who was the last person?
So myself, Peter, and Bill Proyer, our attorney.
Okay, Bill Proya, and we'll get, one of us will get Peter in a second. If people are here to make comments about this project, do not raise your hand at this time, because you will be called on when the chair opens the floor to public comment.
Is Peter Quinn presenting for this application?
Yes, and he looks to be self-muted at this time.
So, somebody get a hold of Peter. And
You are
I'm gonna
now a
ask-
presenter.
Wait. Madam Chair?
Yes,
May I? This is Bill Proya, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm actually going to start, if that's okay.
all right, well, we haven't opened the case yet.
Yeah, okay, that's what I
We
was.
just want to make sure all you guys are all mic'd up, you know what I mean? You can hear
Yes,
us. Okay, so Catherine, our clerk, would you please open 620 Broadway?
Yes, in the matter of 620 Broadway, PZ 21-140, 620 Broadway LLC seeks a variance from the minimum number of stories in the Commercial Core 5 district.
Thank you very much. And we'll go forward with who is going to start. Give us your name and speak nice and slow so we can get all this.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, staff, and members of the audience. My name is Bill Proya from Reamer and Bronstein, and I will be presenting tonight along with Sean and Peter Quinn, as you've heard. I would like to start off by thanking staff for getting us to this point, and Mr. Proakis for his very helpful presentation tonight. I feel like he did most of my job, but I would like to supplement that a little bit if I can. So what Peter is sharing here is a very recent photograph of the site. And so you can see the shape. We'll talk about that a little bit more. And right here, Peter, if you can sort of put your cursor on the MBTA parcel that abuts us there, just so the board can see the slope down from Broadway past our lot and then down to the tracks below us. It's a fairly steep grade back there. So that, along with the shape and topography, I would call this sort of the graphical with a visual representation of our legal brief that we provided. We did spend a lot of time on that. We wanted to make sure that we documented the circumstances out there for the board's consideration. We will sort of go through that again, but I think, you can see from this photograph very clearly a very unique shape, definite topography affecting the property. Of course, you can't see the soils from this, so we did address that in the brief, and Mr. Proakis also had some comments on that were very helpful. I would like to point out as well, though, that as an attachment to the brief, we submitted a geotechnical report from Kevin Martin, a professional engineer, which talks more about the soil conditions in addition to the hazardous materials there. even without that, the soils are inadequate for foundation purposes. And I think, I don't need to quote the report or anything. I would just refer you to it, especially page 6 of that report, right in the center of the page where it talks about foundation subgrade recommendations, that the existing soils, again, apart even from the environmental problems that confront this land, the soils themselves just do not lend themselves to a foundation for any substantial building beyond 1 story. So those are the, the variance criteria that we're required to address. And again, we show it sort of graphically here. And again, I would refer you back to the substantial brief. Again, we did spend a significant amount of time with experts and researching the law on this to provide you with up-to-date circumstances and citations for your findings if you make them. I also wanted to just talk a minute about, and I think Mr. Proakis sort of pointed this out very helpfully, but I just wanted to reiterate and build on it a little bit. And I think the chair mentioned it in one of the previous cases, that we're all working under this new ordinance, the new code. So it's a little different than I think we're all used to, or many people maybe listening are used to, where there are minimum standards that you have to comply with now, instead of sort of the conventional way we looked at this was, or had been under the prior ordinance was, there were maximum standards, and then if you wanted to exceed those, you seek that kind of permit. But in this case, we're compelled under the ordinance to build a larger building than can really be justified on this site for the conditions that we cited, and also the market conditions that I think, again, Mr. Proakis was very eloquent about. The demand and the financeability for more than a 1-story building here just isn't the case at this point. We have a building, if we built it taller, that would be essentially vacant. Would be financing something that wouldn't add to the community, and you don't want dark space. Not only would that not, be lucrative or productive, it could also dissuade other people from wanting to move into the neighborhood. Tenants don't like to be in buildings that aren't vibrant and occupied and, adding to the community and the liveliness of the neighborhood. So, there are several reasons, in addition to what Mr. Proakis said, why you would not want a taller building on this site at this point. So, I think that's just our legal case in brief. Again, we submitted that fairly long and detailed legal brief with exhibits and expert testimony. So I do not want to belabor that now. I know the board's has had a busy night so far, and there are things after us. So if there are questions on that, I'll be here to answer them, of course, and as they come up. And I did want to have Sean say a few words. His family's been in the city for a long time, and they're looking to invest in this property and want to make it lively and productive and contributing to the neighborhood, consistent with what the ordinance is trying to accomplish. A nice streetscape, a very engaged street for enhanced landscaping and stormwater. So I'd like Sean just to say a couple words about what he's trying to accomplish and what he's trying to contribute to the community. And then we can hand it off to Peter Quinn to go through the design in a little more detail for the board and for the listeners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sean?
You're
Thank
unmuted.
you.
You can speak.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Madam Chairwoman, ladies of the board and the city. It's a pleasure to be before you this evening. Thank you, Bill. My family did purchase this gas station in June 21st of 2017. and it was a very busy gas station. When we did purchase it, it was purchased to run it, which is what my brother Michael did. He had taken it over, and he cleaned it up and he painted it. And if people went there, they probably saw how well it was kind of rehab from its appearance. He was working on doing things with the store, and there was some ideas of expanding the store there and making the station a little bit of a nicer look. But as we all know, 20 months later, the bridge closed. Well, when we bought the property in June of 2017, the original plan that had been scrapped by the state was to close the bridge and have traffic going in 6 months in one direction and 6 months in the other direction. So you wouldn't have lost all the automobiles like we did when the bridge ultimately closed full time. The new plan by the DOT and the GLX, as we all read about in the paper when they brought the project back, was a lot of cost-cutting measures were done so they could do the project. I think it went from $3 billion to $2 billion or something like that. But in any event, the bridge did close, and it closed in both directions. And it was supposed to be closed, they thought, for about a year, and it was really about a year and a half. So as a result of that, my brother Michael had to shut the gas station down. There were no automobiles going there. That was in March of 2019 when the bridge closed. And at that particular time, my brother Michael was advised, and we were required by law to take the tanks out of the ground and the lines, because you can't leave dormant tanks and lines sitting in the ground inoperable, and then with sludge and gas in them. So as a result of what happened, the business got lost. I think it's the only business that I know of in the entire city that was completely shut down from the GLX. Certainly sub shops and places in and near the bridges that were closed suffered, but I don't know of any that just completely went out of business like this did. In any event, as I said, that was in March of 2019, and a week later, the station was closed. That fall, as I said, my brother Michael completed the remediation, at least of taking out the tanks as we were required to do. And then shortly thereafter, a month later, December of 2019, Somerville passed a new zoning code. We had owned the land, like I said, for about 2 years, probably almost 2 years before that. But the zoning changed from the neighborhood business district, which would have allowed us to do what we're requesting now by special permit. And it went into what's called, as we know now, the CC district, which requires a minimum of 3 stories, and why we're here in front of you on a variance request. Since that time, the new zoning didn't grandfather us in the NB zone either. We have to obviously comply with the CC zone. And since that time, it's been a parking lot, 2 or 3 of our own cars, folks, family parks there. But there are 4 or 5, 6, probably about a half a dozen people who in the neighborhood park their car there. And so that's really all that's happening there. And of course, we know what happened in the beginning of 2020, which is COVID struck. So that's a massive game changer on a lot of things, particularly office space, office lending, and tenants to occupy in that space. So our application, as Bill had indicated, is asking based on, there are contaminants in the soil. That 21E report is filed. We have it. And the removal of those contaminants are very expensive. There is a deed restriction on the property that was actually put on in 2000, right around 2000, I think it was, and it's on there for 45 years. That was done by Shell Oil way back when they were selling it to the gentleman that we ended up buying it from, Ibrahim, because he was heading back to Egypt, and that's how we used to go there for gas. And then talking to him, he was moving home, so we ended up purchasing it from him. But I just wanted to lay out some of the time frames and what's happening. If people go by there and they see nothing happening, that's why. It's just been in one circumstance after the other. So recently, the Botanica received an HCA for cannabis use, and you'll see from Peter Quinn's plans, that's one section of the building. There's the other section of the building is in the middle. It's called a gallery. It's going to be an arts tenant, roughly 400 to 500 square feet. And then next to that is the cafe space from Peter's drawing. That cafe space is closest to the bridge, and that would sell food. And we've talked to a couple of restaurateurs in the city about coming in. We want someone from Union Square interested in coming there. And that would have a beautiful outdoor space. All the greenery that Peter's showing is going to be done by a landscape architect. As you know, hopefully, if we can get through this, we move on to the Urban Design Commission, the Planning Board, and work with staff on that. But that would be an outdoor area for the cafe space there. So that's the request, is to not have to build 3 stories, and we'll answer all the questions that naturally you'll have. And I'll stop talking and turn it over to Peter. That's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Peter Quinn of Peter Quinn Architects, 259 Elm Street in Somerville.
Welcome, Mr. Quinn. We haven't seen you in a while. I miss you.
It has nothing like a new zoning to change the rules of the game, I guess. Yeah.
Well, we hope you're on this tonight because we're ready for you. Please go forward.
I have missed you, I must say.
Thank you. So what do you get to tell us?
This, what we set out to do was to comply in every way we could. And we have managed to do that with the new zoning, with the exception of the number of stories. So the landscape will comply, the facade frontage will comply, the ceiling height. I know you just had this hearing right before where they couldn't comply with the floor to floor for the first floor. We will be able to do that. We will be able to comply with facade glazing and get that correct. All this kind of stuff will be completely compliant except for the stories. Now that has a lot of aspects to it why we're doing that, and I'll leave that to Bill, the attorney, to discuss with you. But we are incorporating the existing building, which you can see here in a hatched form, into our new building. Our new building is very robust. It takes itself all the way out to the street line. You create a really solid edge for the retail use. And it is quite tall because of this 18-foot rule. You can see in this elevation here, just to give you a sense of scale, these are 8-foot doors. So they're quite high doors, high glazing above it, a nice high ceiling inside. And we think that given most of the neighborhood is 1- and 2-story in this area, that this will fit in nicely. But to the point about how we're using this, as Sean was mentioning, we do have our cannabis retail store on the left-hand side that has its own entry. We have another entry and that's about 4,600 square feet. In the middle, we have an area for arts use, probably a gallery. They have shared bathrooms, so that the gallery space itself is about 350 square feet. And then a larger cafe space, which similar to another building we designed down on Lowell Street, where there's a cafe now, it serves coffee, panini, ice cream, all that kind of thing, but with a much larger footprint and a larger outdoor space. So we imagine wrapping the building, overlooking the railroad, and looking back at Ball Square, which is off to your right here. Having a really beautiful outdoor space. That has to be developed, of course, and we're not here tonight to talk about the design. We haven't actually gone for the design review yet, so that was something we'll have to deal with. The side of the building facing the railroad on the end where I just mentioned would have, big open glazing for that use as well. So I think this would be a very fitting building and add a lot to the community. Now the question has come up about, why can't you design this building so that it could be added to later. I mean, I think that's one of those suggestions that sounds really easy to do, but in fact, it's super difficult because you really have to put a lot of money into the project in the ground early on, for which you receive no benefit for perhaps a decade or more before you can add additional buildings, additional stories to the building. And in this particular case, because of this situation with the with proximity to the railroad, this would be quite expensive. This drop off here is, I haven't measured it personally, but I believe it's on the order of 12 to 15 feet. So, we would have to have very, very deep excavations or pylons of some kind that would allow our building to not produce any structural stress on this retaining wall. And we have looked at that, and the price tag is just extremely expensive. So that's one of the reasons why I think we're in front of you with the idea of building a one-story building. In addition to that, you have to prepare for an elevator and stairways and those sorts of things getting incorporated into the footprint, and then just not using them for X number of years is an expensive proposition. What else I want to say? So yeah, we comply with all the zoning. We have a really nice landscape. We don't have any parking. This is right across from the T, across the bridge. We do have a very generous amount of bike storage, both on and off site. And I think the building will be a great asset to the community. So I'll leave it at that. If you have any questions, please let me know. Happy to take them.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else on the team that needs to speak tonight? Hearing none. Rice is gone. She paused for a moment, but
I'm here, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam.
okay. Thank you, Mr. O'Donovan. Risa, is there anyone else from the public, anybody from the public that would like to speak?
Yes.
Besides the ward alderman, the ward counselor.
The first person here is Bill Roche. I'm going to unmute you. You may speak.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine, Mr. Roach.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Bill Roach. I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I actually served on the Zoning Board of Appeals for a little over 3 years. I actually served with Elaine. I'm very familiar with the criteria that's needed for the 3 conditions of the variance. That's why I feel comfortable speaking about it tonight. I also served 16 years as an alderman, and they call them councilors now. And when this zoning was initially drafted, I spent an awful lot of time with the planning staff, going around and doing neighborhood meetings, because the initial zoning was to be implemented down in my ward, which was Ward 1. And we held a series of neighborhood meetings. So I was very familiar with the initial draft and the intent and the purpose of this tall building zoning. And the intent and the purpose was to still keep a neighborhood and community feel to the zoning. And that is why the zoning was written at the time for commercial on the ground floor and residential on the upper floors. So with that, I don't want to repeat a lot of what's already been said, but I think the applicants do meet the 3 criteria that's necessary for this board to grant them a variance. The first one, which is special circumstances relating to the soil conditions. I won't read the whole criteria, but I read the very detailed and comprehensive report that was submitted by geotechnical consultants. And I think their report clearly states that it's not considered suitable for foundation bearing support due to the poor strength and compressibility characteristics. In addition, the property is an odd shape. Typically, people come in to build on a square or a rectangular lot, which is better suited for construction, but this is more of a polygon shape, which is not suited for good construction. So for those reasons, I think the first condition of the variance test is satisfied. You know, the second condition about minimum change that will give the owner reasonable relief. I think 3 stories in height to construct the product would add hundreds of thousands of dollars to the project cost. And considering market conditions, the top 2 stories of the project would be unoccupied, unprofitable space. And as I said before, the intent of the zoning was not for office space on the upper floors, but rather for residential use. So I think, again, on this basis, the second condition is met with the minimum change to allow reasonable relief. And then the third condition, which is in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the ordinance, is, you know, there's 2 things there. You know, you have to have the intent and the purpose. The intent is to implement the objectives of the comprehensive plan of the City of Somerville development to create and maintain enhanced areas for moderately scaled single and multi-use neighborhood community buildings. The purpose is to permit the development of mid and high single and multi-use commercial buildings and to provide quality ground story commercial spaces for medium scale neighborhood serving commercial uses. So again, I think because of that, the third condition is met. I think in addition, not really related that much to the variance, but I'll speak to the character of the property owners and the potential business owners. They are pillars of the community. You know, it's not often that we have people who were born here, brought up here, and are now raising their family here, want to invest this much money into the city. I give them a lot of credit for being willing to do this. These people have been giving back to the community for decades, way before they were looking for any type of relief for any purpose. They've been spearheading fundraising for nonprofits. They've been involved in youth organizations. One of the applicants coached my grandkids in youth hockey, 3 of my grandkids in youth hockey. Another one of the applicants actually was the coach of my grandkids at the high school for the golf team. They are as involved as anybody can be in this community. And probably the best part for the neighborhood is if somebody doesn't like what's going on at the property or with the businesses, they can walk down to these applicants. They can go to their place of business. They can go to their home. They work here. They live here. It's not a 1-800 number they have to call to get in touch with somebody to log a complaint. So with that, I'll cut it short and I'll thank you for allowing me this time to talk.
Thank you, Mr. Roach.
Yep, thank you.
Who's next? Sarah White has a hand up.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you for recognizing me. Typically, we do the 2-minute limitation and countdown clock. Is that something that you want to see on the screen? That's your choice.
They've shown it in the past, but I didn't even know, how many people do we have out there that would like to speak to this?
We have quite a few hands raised.
Liza?
We have quite a few hands
All right,
raised.
Well, yeah, put it on the board so we can see, and let's advise, no one has said anything tonight that that's what we're gonna do. So let's remind everybody that that's something we do, especially with like bigger cases like this, that we have a lot of people coming out, because if everybody got to speak for more than the 2 minutes, we'd be here till midnight. So, Sarah, am I saying the right thing?
Yeah, are you able to share that, Raisa? Or Peter, can we have you unshare your screen at this point, please, so we can put up our countdown clock? Peter?
I'm able to share it. I think he unshared. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
So you'll
Okay.
start the clock once the next person starts to speak, Raisa.
Okay.
And who might that be?
I'll do it for you, Rice, if that's okay, because that way you can do that and I can do this and you don't have to do all the technical stuff, which is like such a pain. So the next person, I'm
That's what
just
we
gonna
like,
go in the-
teamwork around here, teamwork.
There you go. I'm just going to go in the order in which you appear, and this happens to be set alphabetically by first name. So the next one is Al DeAngelis. Al, I'm going to unmute you on my end, and you'll have to unmute yourself on your end. Before you speak, please state your name and your address for the record, as this is recorded. That's the only way we're going to understand how somebody is speaking. And you can unmute yourself. There you go. Go right ahead.
My name is Al DeAngelis. I live at 36 Illinois Ave in Somerville. Just basically, I'd like to say that I am in favor of a lot of hopefully the board granting this variance for every reason that Bill Roach just said. I had a couple of reasons. He included those in his statement, along with every other one. I am 100% behind the owners and what they are planning and how they are planning to develop this property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. Rice, I'll let you reset while I call the next person. And the next person with their hand up is Ben Rogan. Ben, I'm going to unmute you, and I will ask you to follow the protocol that I just stated for the last speaker. You're unmuted on my end if you want to unmute on your end, unless you have a question about something else.
Hello, am I on? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, please state your name and address for the record.
Sure, my name is Ben Rogan, and I'm at 100 Winchester Street in Medford, directly across the street from the site. I want to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak tonight. I also want to say thank you for going in alphabetical order by first name. I've my whole life been at the back of the alphabet with R, so I'm happy to be up front with a B. But I will say that I'm a real estate developer and contractor, and my business is right across the street. And what I could say is it's extremely difficult to develop a property like this with difficult soil conditions. The grading and the proximity to the train tracks would require a significant earth support and be very challenging. Dewatering, we have high water table here and everything else. I think the design as proposed is a good fit for the neighborhood, and it will contribute positively toward the pedestrian experience along Broadway, which on this side of the bridge where I am is pretty barren right now. It's a big wide intersection. It's difficult to cross. There's a vacant gas station, the dialysis clinic, and where my business is, it's not the most pedestrian friendly area now. And I think, putting a building right out front the way this is designed will be very helpful. I'm in support of the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. And the next person is Bob McWaters. Bob, I am going to unmute you on my end. Although it says you cannot be unmuted, you have to enter your PIN. There's a PIN number on the agenda that is posted online, and you have to enter that PIN number in order for me to be able to unmute you. I don't have any other way of getting you to speak until you put that in. So I'm going to pass you for now, and I'm going to go back to you once I've given you a couple more minutes to try and take care of that. So the next person after that is Dan Coyle. Dan, I am unmuting you on my end. And again, please state your name and address for the record, and your 2-minute clock is set. Dan, go ahead.
Yes, hi, Dan Coyle, 612 Broadway. I'm on the bottom. I own Drain Doctor on Broadway. And I'll tell you, Sean, spoke to Sean regardless, and it's an improvement for the neighborhood. No question about it. Good people. He's an excellent businessman. And I'm definitely 100% behind it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Next, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, the next person is Debbie Canoa. And Debbie, I know you spoke before and you pronounced your name, and I apologize if I mispronounce it. I'm unmuting you on my end. You are set to go. And if you will please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Debbie Canoa, 600 Broadway in Somerville. So thank you for having me, and thank you for having this forum to have residents speak. So I have lived in this home for the past 18 years. The building is 3 stories. We meaning my family, has been part of multiple surveys and studies, and has collaborated with multiple agencies to find ways to meet the needs of the residents here. We are lacking services from basic things such as we're looking for gym space, childcare, bookstores. So we know that this area was zoned for a multi-story building to house these services and to support the GLX project. The goal was to mitigate all the burden on residents here by providing walkable services to residents. So we're holding the city and the board accountable to those promises. So I have, wonderful respect for the family that's developing this, but we as residents are looking for a multi-story building that provides housing for services that could potentially be the next Bow Market, something that really brings vibrancy to the neighborhood. Just having cannabis does not mean that I can take my family there. I know there's plans for a cafe, but it's not a definite. What's definite seems to be the cannabis shop. So we are holding the city and the board accountable to the promises made to our residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Chair. I did just want to make one comment so that folks in the audience know is that the cannabis use is not under the purview of the ZBA. It's only the variances that are under their purview. So I know
Thank
that's important to people, but they have no say in the cannabis use. Raisa, would you reset the clock? And then the next person up is Deborah Kamara. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. And I think Raisa might be frozen there. Madam Chair, can you give me one moment while I see Raisa's back online. I apologize, 1 second here. I'm not going to unmute anybody just yet. Madam Chair, Raisa is just coming back online. She had a little blip in her internet. If you
Okay.
could just give us a minute.
She's probably working on trying to get the speaker on that wanted to get on earlier.
I'm actually unmuting the speakers. It's just we need her back online so that we can get the time clock moving again. Just 1 second. I'm hearing from her now. And Madam Chair, she tells me she's just logging back in.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're waiting for, to hear from Deborah Canova.
Yes, Madam Chair. And Raisa is back on.
I do
And,
apologize.
she's
Okay,
she's going to
thank
reset the clock, and I will call on Debbie Kamara again once that clock gets reset.
All right, and I want to say while we're here speaking, we did receive for Debbie, her ears, we did receive your email. Now, who was the last speaker? Who was that?
That was Debbie Kanoa.
Kanoa. So we have Debbie Kanoa's at one, that's what I thought when I was getting confused. She's 600 Broadway. So she just spoke. And who are we going to hear from now?
We're hearing from Deborah Kamara.
Wow.
And-
Okay. Another person.
Wow.
Okay. I just want to make
Imagine-
sure
It's like
we're not
having two
neglecting anybody.
It's like having two Sarahs in the planning office. Imagine that.
I hear you. I hear you.
So Deborah, I am unmuting you on my end. And if you will unmute yourself on your end, and please state your name and address for the record. And Bryce,
Hi.
you're all set to go.
Hi, this is Debbie Camara. I live at 143 Boston Ave. And my backyard is basically abuts the gas station. My backyard view is nothing but the gas station and the bridge. I've lived here for 26 years. I'm a lifelong resident of Somerville. My husband and I have raised our children here and our grandchildren here. We are both in favor of just having the one-story building put there. Anything higher than that completely would block all view. We've been greatly impacted by the Green Line. We've lost all our trees. We have nothing but this ugly utility bridge that sits in our backyard. So to have something that would completely block the rest of the view of the city, the lights at Trump Field, is just in poor taste. And we're hoping that, the board will approve the one-story building and, life will be good here in this side of the city. That's all I have to say.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming forward.
Thank
Who's
you.
next?
Madam Chair, I will go back and see if Bob McWaters is able to get on. We had given him time to put in his PIN. And I have unmuted you, Bob, on my end. If you would unmute yourself on your end and state your name and address for the record. Bob, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Bob, we're going to have to come back to you again. If you're speaking, we cannot hear you right now. So try and come back online. In the meantime, I will go to a person who raised their hand after we got to the D's, and her name is Caroline Rosas. And Caroline, I will unmute you, and please state your name and address for the record.
Hi there. I'm a little sick, so I apologize for my voice.
My name is Caroline Rosas. I live at 60 Pritchard Ave in Somerville, which is right down the street from the proposed site. I wanted to speak in favor of the building plan. I think that the one-story building fits in really well with the neighborhood. I also feel that the plan with the cafe, with the potential cafe and the outdoor seating is a perfect fit for that neighborhood and will build up that section of Broadway. So I am in support of the one-story building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Feel better.
I hope so. Thank you.
Okay. Next.
All right.
Madam Chair, the next person with their hand raised is, let me see, 1 second. Let's go to the next ones, is Dorothy Casesso. Dorothy, I'm unmuting you on my end. Please unmute yourself on your end and state your name and address for the record, please. Dorothy, you're muted on your end, so we can't hear you. You'll have to unmute yourself. Dorothy, I'm going to come back to you. You're going to, if you could take a look at your computer and figure out how to unmute yourself and make sure that your volume is up. I will come back to you in a few minutes. So the next person that we have is Elizabeth Shea. You have been unmuted, and please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Elizabeth Shea, I'm at 60 Pritchard Ave, Unit 1, sister to one Caroline Rosas. I am also providing my support for the project. I like the single floor. I think the design looks really beautiful. Also fits nicely into the neighborhood and it makes it feel more open and light. So throwing in my support. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, Madam Chair, the next person, because I'm going to give those other folks who are having difficulty a little more time, is Frederick Bass. Frederick, you're unmuted. If you would state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, hi, Fred Bass. I live at 28 Walker Street in Somerville, and I have been a resident for 41 years. I frequent both the establishments, both in Ball Square and Magoon Square, and I think it is an absolute breath of fresh air to see the single-story building going up with a cafe, a sitting area. I think it would be just absolutely perfect fit for the city. I'm really looking forward to it happening, and I am throwing my approval behind it. I love to see the variant be approved. And I also, the caveat to the whole thing is having people that have ownership of the building actually live in the city. I mean, this is really fantastic. I mean, kids that go to the school of Somerville, they have a buy-in to the residents. I mean, the residents of the city. I just think it's a wonderful, wonderful plan. So full support. And I thank you for the time.
Thank you for coming forward. We appreciate it. Next, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, the next person is Hiram Falfan. And I've unmuted you, and if you would please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record. Hiram, you need to unmute yourself and ensure that your volume is up.
My name is Hiram Balfan. I live at 600 Broadway.
Very good. Go ahead.
Hi. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, we can hear you.
Hi. My name's Hiram Balfan. I'm a resident at 600 Broadway, and I oppose this project. We live in the neighborhood, like literally right next to the unit, and we were promised a more dense buildings in the area, and again with services that we could utilize. So I mean, I would like at least to be a second story on that building, so you can maximize the space. I mean, land is so valuable in Somerville and we have so little of it. I think we should use it wisely. And I want to take one of the comments of one of the residents here that said that you know, it's difficult to build in that lot, in the size, but if things weren't difficult, you do things that are difficult because they're good for the neighborhood. If it were easy, you just throw any flop house there and, you know, yeah, it's easy. Let's do something that's good, but it might be difficult. So I would just like the board to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, I am going to go back to a couple of the folks that were having difficulty before, starting at the top. And let's see if we can get them on. Bob McWaters, I'm going to try you again. I have unmuted you, and you still have to apparently put in your PIN again. So I'm going to pass on you again for now. I'm sorry. And I am going to go back and try for Dorothy Casesso again. Dorothy, I'm unmuting you on my end. If you could please unmute yourself on your end. And I'll wait a few seconds. And I will have to come back to you again. Please check your volume and your ability to mute and unmute. So I will move along to, let's see, the next person here, who is Jeff Schwam. Jeff, I'm unmuting you on my end. And if you would unmute yourself and please state your name and address for the record before proceeding.
Sure. Can you folks hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Jeff Schwam, resident of 111 Boston Avenue, also one of the main organizers for the Ball Square District Association. Thanks for the chance and opportunity to speak tonight. First and foremost, as an organizer for the Ball Square District Association, any person or entity that wants to build a building, open up a business in the square is welcome to do so, especially on that section of Broadway. Connecting Magoon Square and Ball Square together is extremely important for the economic development of the area. And I've spoken with personally with the landowners and potential businesses that I know are not being a part of this conversation, but the folks seem committed to the neighborhood, which is good. I'm going to speak on behalf of myself as a resident of 111 Boston Ave that can see the gas station out my back door. One question we have is, as folks that live here, is I know that in their application for the geotechnical, for the kind of looking at the ground and making sure that the, just finding out that the earth is unstable, there's a section on structural fill and gravel fill. And I just want to make sure that the specifications here, I'm not a technical person, are thick enough to cap off any gasoline or environmental issues. When the GLX was unearthing that side of the earth, there was a strong gas smell, which is not surprising from being a gas station for many years. So I just want to make sure from a technical standpoint, is what is specified in the application going to be a thick enough barrier to not only create support for a 1.5-story building, but also to be safe for folks that live in the neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for pointing that out. We're all making notes here as everyone speaks, so we'll pass yours on to the proper department. Sarah?
Okay, Madam Chair, on to the next person. I have Mark Atwater. Mark, you've been unmuted. If you would unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record before proceeding, please.
Sure thing. Thank you so much for letting me speak. Over at 242 Cedar Street. Just real quickly, I think that it's a great idea. Again, as someone else mentioned, with the residents being here in Somerville, I'm definitely in favor of the variance. I think that the building going up would, just the size of it and magnitude of how it could create shadows and block certain views. I just really like the one-story feel, giving back that residential feel of the neighborhood and everything. I really support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, the next person we have is, it's Councilor Niedergang, but Councilor Niedergang, I want to check if you want to speak now or if you wanted to wait till the end. Could you let me know, Councilor Niedergang?
Yes, I prefer to wait and speak last.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, very good. Thank you. The next person is Mike Rossetti. Mike, I've unmuted you on my end. If you would unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record before speaking, please, or before proceeding.
Well, thank you. My name is Mike Rossetti. I live at 82 Highland Road.
And one of my concerns with this structure is on our side of the property, that is actually on a hill. I believe that may be the most highly elevated piece of land between CVS and Magoon Square all the way down to the old Pothouse Community School. I think that is the most highly elevated piece of land. And to require a 2 or 3 story building on that, to me, seems extreme. I would much rather see a 1-story building, be less shadows, and be a better skyline for us to see from our side of the property. And again, I am a longtime friend of the O'Donovan family, and they have been a great service to this community, and we do need to consider that. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, the next person we have is Paula LeBlanc. Paula, I've unmuted you. If I see you're unmuted, if you would state your name and address for the record before making your comment, please.
Hello?
Paula, make sure that your volume is up, please. If you could pause that for a second, Raisa, if you could pause the clock. Paula, we can't hear you. I'm going to mute you and I'm going to go back to you. If you could please check the volume on your computer. The next person, Madam Chair, is Richard Daly. Richard, I have unmuted you. And somebody, I think I'm getting a lot of feedback with myself. If somebody has their computer volume on and is trying to talk through their phone, if you would please like mute the computer. So Richard, you are self-muted. If you would please unmute yourself and then state your name and address before making your comment.
Hello?
You are still self-muted. And I will come back to you, but please check your computer volume and how to unmute yourself on your computer. The next one is Stephen Mirabella. Stephen, you are unmuted. If you would state your name and address before making your comment, please.
Hi, my name is Steve Mirabella. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay,
Welcome.
great. Well, thank you. My mother and sister live on Partridge Ave. I grew up in Somerville, but I live in Boston now. I am the manager of 7779 Eames Street LLC. We were a lending company, and we had spoken to the landowners and had made a commitment to them to give them financing for a 1-story building. It was difficult for us to tell them that we wouldn't be able to finance a 2-story building, but because of the current conditions with office space not being easily rented, we did commit to them to finance a 1-story building. We did speak to them about other financing that they had tried to go through, and Citizens Bank was one, but Citizen Bank was not able to lend to a marijuana facility because of federal regulations. We did take a look at the Citizen Bank letter to them, and when we sent the letter in, we did copy on our letterhead some of the same stuff the Citizen Bank had mentioned. But we think it's a great idea. We think that they'll be able to pay the mortgage once they're up and running. And I personally know the O'Donovan family, and they've always been very good people, very honest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'm going to go back through the list again because I believe that other people have raised their hands in the interim. So let's see. I see Bob McWaters is now offline. Dorothy Casasso, I'm going to try you one more time. I've unmuted you on my end. You need to unmute yourself on your end and ensure that your volume is raised. And I think we'll wait a few seconds, but if we can't get her online, we've tried 4 or 5 times now. Okay, Madam Chair, I can't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Paula LeBlanc.
Okay, thank you. And yes, Paula LeBlanc is, if you're not, by the way, if you're not Dorothy Casasso, that is how you appear here. And I've unmuted you many times. I see there's a quick question saying that that we've skipped somebody, but it's Dorothy Casesso is the person that we have with a hand raised. And that person is not unmuting themselves or doesn't have their volume up. But I'm going through the list again. I have Joan O'Rourke. I have unmuted you. Please state your name and address before making your comment, please.
Yes, my name's Joan O'Rourke. I live at 34 Browning Road, have lived in Somerville for 22 years. I'm very familiar with that site. I walk a lot down that way from my home into Ball Square. I think it's a great idea, one-story building there. I think, you know, it would keep the area more residential looking, and that's very important to me, to have it not be too commercial looking, I guess is the word I would use. So I'm very much in favor of the project and would love to see it happen.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, I have next, I have a Mary Casesso. I have unmuted you. If you would please unmute yourself,
Yes.
state your name and address. We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
This is not Mary Casesso. This is her husband, Peter Miller. And I registered for this hearing, so thank you very much. I wanted to, I appreciate the opportunity. I had the opportunity and the honor to serve as chairman or the chair of the zoning board for many years under the Brune administration, the Capuano administration, and the Dorothy Kelly Gay administration. And during that time, many of those years were productively spent with serving with Elaine. So Elaine, it's awfully nice, pardon me, to see you. I'll be very brief. I think that the petitioners have definitively demonstrated the hardships with respect to this project. They were articulated, I thought, very succinctly and correctly by Mr. Proakis. And given those hardships, I think that I support the project because the petitioner has proposed an elegant and neighborhood scale solution, which benefits not only the immediate neighborhood, but also the city as a whole. So thank you very much. And I hope that you all grant the requested relief. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, the next person I have going through the raised hands, I'm going to try Paula LeBlanc again. Paula, you're unmuted on my end and your end. I hope your volume's up. Please state your name and address before you make your comment. And we can't hear you. If you would adjust your volume.
And the last outstanding was Richard Daly.
Yes.
Can we get Mr. Daly?
Let's see if we can get him on. Richard, please state your name and address before making your comment.
Unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Richard Daly. I live at 94 Pritchard Ave, and I've resided here with my wife since 1976. A lifetime resident of Somerville and an abutter to the project. I would like to speak in favor of granting the applicant the hardship variance from building a three-story building and allowing them permission to maintain and rebuild a single story building. There seems to be a number of issues that cause the applicant to apply for the proper variance needed to construct a single story building at 620 Broadway. I looked through the geotech report. It indicates that the soil is unsuitable to support the foundations for multiple level buildings. The cost for soil excavation of the soil testing, off-site soil disposal, off-site water ground disposal is estimated in that report to cost between $1 and $2 million. The MBTA Green Line extension, new retaining wall location would also cause an additional hardship cost to the project for the enhanced foundation costs, as well as additional costs for shoring and other stabilization measures. All additional costs are not necessary to construct a single-story building erected on a flat concrete slab. The applicant, despite having concerns with not being able to rent office space to try to apply for a loan. In the proposal, there are 2 letters from lending institutions stating that after consideration, it was determined that the office construction in the area was not consistent with the surrounding use and unfortunately was denied financing. There's also my understanding that a former meeting that in 2015, the ZBA approved previous applications to build a mixed-use development with retail on the first floor and 11 residential units. This project could not be built because of the deed restriction imposed from the previous owner. This restriction prohibited any residential development on the site for the 45 years due to the pollution in the ground in the site. It's apparent that the applicants have tried to develop this location for a number of years with one setback after another. As an abutter, I would much rather see the brand new style single-story building rather than the current rundown structure on the lot. I support the project and respectfully ask the board to please consider approving the requested hardship variance. Thank you for your attention tonight.
Thank you. So that should be it, Sarah.
Well, there's actually one more person who has raised their hand, and that is Lena Flannery. And after Lena, since I see no more raised hands, we will go to Councilor Niedergang.
Thank you.
Yes, if you'll just give me a second to scroll down to her name. Okay. Lena, I've unmuted you. If you could unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Lena Flannery. I live at 13 Wilson Ave. That's the tiny dead-end street, kind of right around the corner from the site. And, you know, I'm kind of conflicted on it. Honestly, I've heard a lot of stuff about this site, and I don't love. Oh, I hear someone else speaking, but I don't love how much of that space is taken up by, you know, the built environment. It would be great to have some trees. There was one of the other commenters said that they just look at infrastructure, and I agree. We had so many trees get cut down with the green line. It would be amazing if we could get more greenery in there. You know, in a perfect world, I would love a park. You know, this seems like a great spot for a little mini park, and that would be lovely. It sounds like, you know, the family who owns it seems like lovely people, and they need to make money, and I totally get it. It just, that would be nice to have some more trees. You know, it is not entirely vacant. I've heard a lot of folks talk about how it's just like an empty lot and eyesore, and I also walk past it every day, and there's very active Zipcar parking there. Also, residents are renting spaces to park their cars there, and that's also a service to the neighborhood. You know, like that lot, it's not like it's derelict and abandoned and, you know, awful. Like I could see another alternate use where you take half of it and you make it parking, and you take the other half and you make it a park and trees or a bocce court or something like that. Maybe there's a snow cone stand. You know, like I just feel like this isn't necessarily 1 story versus 3 stories. Like there could be other options too. Yeah, so that's just what I wanted to say. And thank you very much for listening to public comment.
Thank you so much for reaching out.
Okay, Madam Chair, I am going to unmute Councilor Niedergang. Councilor Niedergang, you're unmuted and you may proceed.
Thank you, and Madam Chair and members of the Zoning Board.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Again.
I wrote a long email to you just a few days ago. I don't know if you've all had a chance to read it. I'm not going to go through it. I want to start by saying that Clearly, this application has a lot to recommend it, and it has unquestionably extremely strong support from the community. What they propose would be a significant net gain for Ball Square and that area. I have no question about that. In my long email to you, I raised the question about the conditions for building on the lot, as well as some questions about the lender's letters, which were exactly identical. The key question that I asked in the email, and that led me to suggest that you condition the project by requiring the applicant to build so that they could stories later on. The main question that I asked is, why in 2014 and 2015 did an experienced and highly regarded local developer, Gorka Brabo, and his attorney at the time, Sean O'Donovan, come to the conclusion that this site could support a large 4-story building with 18 underground parking spaces and 11 units? And at the time, we had 2 neighborhood meetings in which quite a few concerns were expressed by the neighbors, mostly about parking and design. But ultimately, the developers made changes to the project, and the neighborhood ended up supporting the project. We heard no complaints from neighbors saying that more than 1 story was too much on this site. So given that history and the fact that I read the geotechnical report and the attorney's argument in favor of the variance, and I'm not an engineer, and they certainly seemed convincing to me. Nonetheless, an experienced developer and his attorney, Sean O'Donovan, 5 years ago felt that they could build a 4-story building on this site. So I couldn't really understand that. It didn't add up. However, having heard testimony tonight from Mr. Proakis, some additional information from the architect, Peter Quinn, having heard from the lender, Steve Mirabella, which resolved one of my concerns about those letters. Also, what Mr. Daly, the neighbor, had to say about the site was instructive to me. And also having heard concerns of the neighbors, I'm going to withdraw my suggestion that you condition this project. It does seem to me that there are substantial and reasonable reasons for granting these variances. So that's where I am. I really appreciate all the people who came out to speak and the thoughtfulness that you've put into it. Also the analysis by the planning staff. And thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you for your email and for always weighing in and for signing on tonight. We always like to hear from you. And I don't know if we're going to hear from you one more time tonight. We're going to hear from you on Eastman Road.
21 Eastman Road.
Okay, thank you. All righty. Thank you. So a final shout out there to all you folks listening there in the virtual world we live in. If anybody wants to speak, speak now. Sarah and Ricer are looking at the wall there to see if you're waving your hand, because we're going to close the public portion of that if we don't see anybody else. I apologize to Paula LeBlanc, Robert McWaters, and Dorothy Cassesso that we couldn't get them on board. And what do you got there for us, Sarah? Anybody?
I have, one second, it's a long list tonight. I see nobody else from the public.
Okay, so without further ado, I want to close the public portion of 620 Broadway, that's P&Z 21-140, and open it up to our board. And I would say one thing. Is there anybody from the team, 620 team, that wanted to address anything in particular that you feel would be detrimental to our talking about the people that spoke up? Everybody all set with that with the team?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is Bill Proya. Thank you for letting me. I just wanted to clarify one thing. There was a comment about the potential smell of gasoline during the GLX excavation.
Yes, thank
I
you.
just wanted everyone to know that this site is under the jurisdiction of DEP for cleanup and remediation. So that is being addressed through proper channels under the Code of Mass Regulations and any other environmental statute that would apply. So I want people to feel comfortable about that. We're fully engaged with the proper professionals, and that site will get, back to a condition of no substantial risk at some point. Hopefully during
Right, I'm glad you picked up on that, because that was kind of a serious, comment. So thank you for addressing that. Was there anything else, or can we go on to the board?
You can go on. Thank you again.
Thank you. Okay, board members, you had a lot to listen to, a lot of the neighbors. So what do you think? Do we have some comments and questions for the applicant that we're quite understanding? If you do, raise your hand now, please. Ian Brockelman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few quick questions. The previous case made me think of this too. What is the floor height of the first floor, and does it meet the minimum? Is there a required minimum for this Magoon Square area?
Can staff help us with this question?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm going to actually ask Mr. Proakis to come on, since he has been helping out with this and is here tonight to work on it.
I'm going to do my best to answer that question, and I'm going to ask Mr. Quinn to just correct me if I am wrong. But my understanding is that the minimum is 18 feet and that this does meet the minimum.
Mr. Quinn?
Madam Chairman, if I may, Sean O'Donovan, it does meet the minimum. It is 18 feet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donovan. Okay. And cool. Ian Brockelman, you asked the question. So it is 18 and it does meet. Do you have any
Yes.
other questions?
Well, just a few comments. I mean, I want to, it's worth stressing again, because overwhelmingly in the neighbors' comments and then the written meeting notes from the neighborhood meetings, there's a lot of discussion on use and what would be, best for the neighborhood. Cafe versus marijuana dispensary versus other things, and that's not within our purview. I mean, it is zoned for services, retail. Is that right? And we're keeping it that way. And what's up in front of us is the volume and the massing. Is that right? Staff and Mr. Proakis? Okay.
Yes. Indeed, so my understanding is there's two retail spaces in here. One is going to be pursuing a special permit, a planning board, and a license to operate a cannabis facility under our zoning regulations for that. The other is yet to be assigned and could be any of a number of things. I know the applicants have talked about cafe as a possibility, and that so that's basically where it stands, and that is both another part of this review. It's not what's in front of you tonight, which is really just the dimensional variance.
I know that residents and neighbors are very passionate about this, and just to make sure that we're not saying we're approving a one-story cafe versus something else, we're approving a one-story volume, or this is what's in front of us. And then I did go through the geotech report, and we see that the fill is soft. The fill is not a good bearing material. I mean, just note for maybe George again, wouldn't it be most of the block then? It wouldn't be limited to this plot plan, right? I mean, this does come into a triangle and it is steep in the back, but would this not be the same concern, further down the block?
I mean, that's an interesting question. It'll be interesting to see how this goes. I do think one of the advantages that we're likely to see further down the block is that they will come in with residential upper stories, which usually come with more capacity to be financed and more funding available to them to be able to cover issues of fill than the issue would be with trying to do office in a tough office environment. So I think it's a combination of that fill situation and the costs related to it. I think the economics might be different on a different lot that could do housing. But yes, I hear you. The concern could come up and could be an expense for others. Here, I think it tips because of the use as well.
The hardship is financial because, I mean, you can engineer anything. You can build anything anywhere with the proper engineering, right? It's just the cost benefit, what's the return, whether it's residential or office, like you said, and how much does it make sense to invest in this particular property? And
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but yeah, you're allowed to consider a financial hardship if that financial hardship is relative to soil conditions, topography, et cetera. So if the soil condition to a financial hardship, that is, so yes, that's the case.
Okay. And it's interesting because we're used to people wanting to build beyond, and then tonight, 2 cases of we're trying to make people build higher, build more. Because of the areas are upzoned. But I do look around. I mean, the fabric of this area is 2.5-story gable, right next door, and just kind of across. So this is the end of the Magoon Square district. It's not going to be like a missing tooth or a gap right in the heart of what should be 3-4 stories. That's how I'm looking at it before it transitions down to a bridge, which there's no, front tall building frontage as we want as we go towards the heart of each commercial district. So the lower density to me is not ill-fitting, as the massing marches down, and then it may pick up again towards Ball Square in the future. So that's kind of my take on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Leanne, for all your comments. I appreciate it. Catherine Garavaglia had her hand up.
I did. I was gonna address Ann's comment, but I think George really hit the financial nail on the head here. Because we have a unique lot that's filled, but we have a deed restriction. But on top of that, there's also environmental hazards, and we have somebody who's coming in to clean it up. And I think that's a benefit, and they've taken ownership of that, and that's not a small thing to take on.
Thank you. Do you have any other comments, Catherine? Are you all set?
No, I think the smaller building makes sense given, like, we already had somebody come in with a larger project and they can't do it because there's a deed restriction. So you're going to be limited one way or the other. So this seems like a great team.
Great. Thank you very much. Miss Ann Fullerton. Hi, Ann.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. My question's actually for Sarah and Mr. Petrakis. What is the path for this project after it leaves the ZBA?
So my understanding, and Sarah, you can fill in a gap if I miss something. There's the marijuana use to go in one storefront that needs a special permit. The building as a whole, does it need site plan review that's done at the same time at planning board, or is it below a threshold for site plan review? I'm not sure.
I believe it does, but this is, the cannabis thing is something that Charlotte usually handles, but I do believe it does.
So those two probably go together to planning board, so they go through the review process to get to planning board, and planning board would need to grant the site plan review for the building layout, details, design. You know, they can talk about all the nuts and bolts of site layout and site impacts, as well as the cannabis use, which has some findings related to community impacts. The cannabis, so the other storefront is empty. If you know, is not assigned to anything. If the applicant chooses to put something in that's allowed by right, they can just do that. If they choose another use like cannabis that requires a special permit, they'll also have to go back and get a special permit for that use as well. You know, a lot of uses in the use table, a lot of retail uses are by right. You can just say, you know, okay, if I want to open a retail store of some sort, you can just do it. The cannabis use also requires licenses from the licensing commission, so that's an additional step for that particular use. So that is also a future step for this particular applicant. But I believe to have the finished building, cannabis use, additional retail use, and have it up and running, they would need the license, they need the special permit, they need the site plan review, and whatever review the other use may require at that point in time. And this step is first because it's kind of a threshold question to opening up the ability to go into all of the rest of that.
And so for site plan, during site plan review, presumably there would be conversation about how any green space or permeable space on the site is best used. Is that correct?
Sure. So first of all, there's standards in the zoning that they have to meet as a minimum. And then above and beyond that, you know, the planning board could provide conditions to say, right, this should be more permeable. This area over here should have, you know, more opportunity for people to use it, and kind of, you know, I mean, usually what I do in circumstances like this is if you have a concern or a suggestion to share it with staff, share it with Sarah, with Ms. White, and, you know, when it reaches planning board and we do our staff recommendation on that piece, we can take a deeper look at that particular issue.
Okay. Really, my concern is born from one of the neighbors that mentioned that they felt like there's a lot of infrastructure born on Broadway and just looking for some green or softening. And not that I think that that should necessarily change the volume, but be a consideration for the rest of the site.
Thank you. Anything else, Ann?
No.
No? Okay, thank you. Elaine, do you have any comment? Are you all set?
Well, I just wanted to say that all the testimony presented tonight has answered all my questions, and I am in favor of granting the relief requested.
Great, thank you, Elaine. Ann, Catherine, Ann, and Elaine, and me. Well, I think I didn't think this would go as well as it did tonight. I think everybody was on target. I loved all the neighbors and people who came out to weigh in. I always encourage that. I know it gets a little crazed, but everybody was really on target and prepared. And I thank everybody for that, because you give us a message and you help us do our jobs. What I like to say is one thing, that I feel the Zoning Board of Appeals is a board that people come to us for the exception to the rule, be it something they can't live with personally or professionally or in the neighborhood or whatever. So we're here to really hear out the applicant, all their support team, and then the neighbors, and even our staffing people. They keep us on track. I appreciate when one of our superiors, George Proakers, comes out and weighs in with his knowledge to make our jobs more understandable. And I also thank our counselors who give so much of their time, and they're always here sending emails and calling and trying to tell us, you know, they're the heartbeat well, they're the connection of the heartbeat to the neighborhood. So it's nice that we hear from them, and I thank Mr. Needigang tonight for coming out and staying so late. I'm happy with everything I've heard tonight. You know, it's hard sometimes. You can't please all the people all the time, but boy, we try. And I think from all the public comments tonight, that this building, keeping it, you know, the one story is welcoming. And I think probably with Ball Square, it's always been a nice square. And with the T there now, which is a lot of action going on, and so many residential streets running off it, it's maybe a good thing that this particular site isn't going to go up as high as the CC5. It's unfortunate with the pollution from the gas station and the contaminants. You can't build a lot. I know when we did things down in Assembly with way back before Home Depot even came in, there was a lot of businesses after the studies we did. I happened to be on a neighborhood committee that a lot of businesses couldn't even go in there. They couldn't even be considered. Restaurants, schools, hospitals, things like that. So that's what happens here. And then the people saying, you know, well, gee whiz, I want to look out my back window. I want to look down my street. I want to see that. I think with so much going on in Ball Square with the Green Line, there's going to be future growth, and there's going to be bigger and taller buildings. And maybe right now, because of the market and everything that's been going on, the financial reports and stuff, maybe this is a good start with a nice cafe, couple of different businesses. It's a nice looking building, so it's attractive to the area. You come right off the bridge. And, you know, sometimes bigger isn't always better. So I think at this juncture, and I do want to say that if we approve of the variances aren't easy to approve. So when we approve one, it doesn't set a precedent, because every site, every case, every place is different and unique. So I try and get the word out there, because I know there's other applicants, attorneys, etc. They're going to say, wow, look, they did the one story. Or wow, look, they only did two up at 483. These are very unique situations. Broadway, it's been a disaster eyesore for years and years and years. Something had to get done. The city, we're trying to go through and clean up some of these real eyesores, because it's no fun living next door to them, and it's no fun having a business trying to operate next to them or across from them. So the same thing goes now with this site here in Ball Square. It's new looking. It's going to be attractive with the new T. And I had the pleasure years ago of working for the Green Line. And I remember all my stops. And there were certain stops that were like city, 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 city. And there were other stops out in Auburn and Newton and stuff that had little parking lots with nice little trees and little flat buildings next to houses. So it can work. So I think maybe this might be a nice stop outside of Ball Square and going towards Tufts and all that other jazz. It might work. So I'm hoping we're making the right choice. So without any further ado, I would like to say, if you guys are ready to vote, I'd ask the clerk to make the motion. It's an easy one this time, Catherine. It's just one. And it's so you go and I'll help. Is that okay? Everybody ready to vote? Yes? Yes? Good. Okay. So Catherine, please make a motion.
All right. Following public testimony, review of the submitted materials, and deliberation of the required considerations outlined by the Somerville zoning ordinance, I make a motion to approve the variance from the minimum number of stories for 620 Broadway, P&Z 21140.
Thank you. We need to justify our hardship conditions, the variance conditions, and I've been trying to make some notes. There's 3 criteria, and I think we've covered all 3. It's definitely financial hardship, number 1, number 2, number 3, but the soil, the topography, the slope, the shape, the coming into the neighborhood, we've gotten such support from around us that they're looking not for a bigger, taller building right now at this juncture. And I think, again, financially, anybody who's in business and has had to deal with COVID can appreciate this. I, for one, in that. And is in maintaining, number 3 is like is it detrimental to the neighborhood? I don't think it is. I think the information we received through our staff report, even our counselor weighed in on a couple of things that he understands can't be done right, and for the price and maintaining the feel of a neighborhood with the T now there and opening up Ball Square. I think it's going to be a boom for the square, and I think this building will complement it as well. So I feel I've met the criteria. All of our reports here all go in the package, the plans, the applicants, they've given us their, the memorandum to support the hardship. So I think we had plenty of work with, and all the other ladies and gentlemen that sent us letters and emails, we really appreciate it. So I'd like to ask Catherine or anybody else, is there anything else I need to add? No?
I think we
Yes,
also
Catherine?
want to. I think we also want to incorporate the permit conditions from the staff memo to make sure that these items make it to record per their recommendation.
Okay, all righty, then we'll especially do that. I didn't know, I thought maybe because it was in the staff report, which we're adopting, that it might be covered, but I like that you mentioned it's special. Thank you. Anybody else? Keep me honest here. Okay, so we'll ask for the vote. We'll go
I'll second
around.
the motion.
Thank you. I'm waiting there, Elaine. I didn't know if you were gonna give me a break or you were falling asleep on me. So
No,
thank you
I'm
for
here.
seconding the motion, and we'll ask for the vote. Ann Fullerton,
Aye.
Ann Brockelman,
Aye.
Catherine Garavaglia,
Aye.
Elaine Severino,
Aye.
and Susan Fontano, aye. Let the record show it was unanimous, 5 people, and Catherine again voting for Josh Safdie. Thank you, folks, everybody, Sarah White, for all the help you gave us with this case, and George for coming out tonight and clearing up some things for us, and Raya, our planner, filling in for Charlotte. And I thank everybody who came out, and good luck.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So, you're welcome, guys. Next on the agenda is 21 Eastman Road. And Elaine Severino, who we value very much, has to recuse herself tonight. Elaine, you want to publicly ask for that, and we'll say okay?
Yes. Okay, I need to recuse myself because I have done business with one of the direct abutters, and many of the other direct abutters I am personal friends with.
Okay, thank you for your honesty, Ann. And so we'll be operating with 1, 2, 3, 4 people. It is a quorum. I'm gonna ask for just a 5-minute recess, and we're gonna come back and take care of 21 Eastman Road. Thank
Okay,
you,
and
everybody.
I
Good night,
will close
Elaine.
out of, I'll close out of the meeting.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So then I'm back and I'm back. Certain ones, but not all, no. I can see all my board and a couple of the applicants. What? Yeah. Hey, Sarah. Thanks
Hi,
for all your
Susan.
help. Thank
You're
you,
welcome.
Catherine. Good job, girl.
We're
Good
still
job.
live. We're still live.
Yeah.
So
We need Josh back.
Oh, okay. I get you, Sarah. Okay.
thank you for calling a recess. I think that was helpful.
Yeah, I needed to. But this way now we can give this our undivided attention. We won't get wiggly and freaking out. You know, there's people in the audience too that they don't know whether they should get up or not.
Yeah.
So we're waiting for Ann and Ann.
Correct.
Water, aqua. I wish it was something else.
Right? Just water.
Ann and Ann.
My cat keeps trying to corral me to go to bed.
We're on, yes, Sarah?
Oh. Oops.
Where are the Anns? There's Miss Ann. Welcome back, girl. We're waiting for Ann Brockelman. I hear raindrops. There. Thank you, Ann. Okay. Sarah, Riza, we're all ready.
All right. Very good, Madam Chair. If you are all set, you can feel free to
Call
have the
back.
next case called and
Okay,
call us back from recess, correct?
right. I'd like to call back from recess the December 15, 2021 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting. At this time, we're down to our last case of the evening, and it is 21 Eastman Road. I'd like the applicant and concerned parties to step up, and I welcome you. Thank
see
you
that.
for hanging in for the night. We realize it's unusual and it's late. So we're going to get started. And I do want to mention, who is the agent for this case?
Adam
Madam
Dash
Chair,
has his hand raised.
Adam
Yes,
Dash. I'd just like to say good evening to Mr. Dash, and to just remind you, because I don't know when you came on board, but we're down to 4 members, sir. We do have a quorum, and we're gonna get started and keep moving and see what we can accomplish this evening and how we'll go forward.
Wait, Madam Chair, would you like the case read into the record to open it by the clerk?
Yes, please, by the clerk. Ms. Catherine's filling in tonight. Please do.
In the matter of 21 Eastman Road, PZ 21-121, SGL Development seeks a steep slope special permit and variances that include primary front setback, more than 1 building on a lot, building type, parking and frontage area, driveway and frontage area, habitable space depth, number of stories, ground story elevation, building width, side setback, upper story fenestration, story height, neighborhood residents, and our zone.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, I shall unmute Adam Dash, the attorney for the project. Adam, you're unmuted, and I will also unmute, will it be Peter Quinn or will it be Milton Yu, Adam?
This is Adam Dash. It would be both, along with Peter Gammy, Blair Hines, Adam Siegel, and Michael Burns.
Okay, good heavens, you're gonna have to go through this one by one in a second. Got Peter Gammy, Peter Quinn. I would ask anybody who's not actively speaking to please keep yourselves muted so we don't get feedback. I've got Blair Hines, Peter Gammy, Peter Quinn. Let me go up to Milton. And was there anybody else?
Adam
Yes.
Siegel and Michael Burns.
All right, I'm lowering the alphabet. Let me get to Michael Burns. I don't see Michael Burns listed.
Is it under F Michael Burns or F Burns?
Let me see.
If not, we'll proceed.
No, he is not listed, but I will go up to Adam Siegel.
Okay.
And I have taken care of him on my end as well. Very good.
Okay, we good? All right.
Well, we're good.
No, I've been here for the duration. I heard loud and clear. We understand, therefore. Gotcha. Adam
Okay.
Dash, coming to you from 48 Grove Street here in Davis Square in Somerville regarding 21 Eastman Road. With me, Michael Burns and Adam Siegel from the applicant owner team. Peter Quinn and Milton Yu are both from Peter Quinn Architects on the project. Peter Gammy is the civil engineer, and Blair Hines is the landscape architect. And obviously with the steep slope special permit matter, they are integral to this presentation. This has been a long process. It's been going on for about 4 years now, and I'm going to tell you a little story because I think half of this board wasn't here when we were here last. So there's a lot that's happened, and I want to catch you up. So if you please indulge me. We haven't seen you since November 6th, 2019 on this project. So I will provide the project history. I'm going to explain the relief sought, and I'm going to have the experts explain the details. And then I'm going to show you how we tried to respond to competing requests while dealing with the rules being changed several times during the process. So the history is this. This began when Michael Burns purchased the property at Eastman Road on January 10th, 2018. So that's almost 4 years ago now. The property had a single family house on it on a very large, about 11,562 square foot, very large lot on a slope. Well, the idea that he had was to demolish the existing single family house there and build a by right 2-family on the lot. My client had a by right 2-family house plan drawn up. Then we filed for demolition review to demolish the existing structure. On February 20th, 2018, the Historic Preservation Commission unanimously found the existing structure not to be historically significant, imposed no demolition review period, and my client demolished the existing house and began the process to get a building permit for a by right 2-family. Led by Councilor Niedergang in the fall of 2018, the then Board of Aldermen passed the steep slope ordinance, which required then my client to obtain a special permit for this proposed two-family house so that it was no longer by right. On January 3rd, 2019, again about 3 years ago, my client filed a special permit application for that two-family house under the new steep slope ordinance because it was in a Residence A zoning district. I would note that at that time, but for the steep slope special permit, the project was otherwise dimensionally and parking compliant, and other than the fact that you had an unusual non-conforming lot, which we will get into later. Neighborhood meetings were held on that project starting on March 13th of 2019, again on April 16th of 2019. In addition to those meetings, my client spoke individually with various neighbors. We ended up caught between the abutters at the top of the hill who wanted the structure lower and built more down into the hillside with retaining walls, and then the abutters down the hill who wanted the structure more at the top of the hill with no retaining walls down at their part. And both groups had attorneys involved, and it got a bit messy. I'm simplifying the arguments that the neighbors were making. I just want to keep this moving. The abutters will surely speak and give you the full flavor of their positions. We then came before the Zoning Board of Appeals on September 18th, 2019, and again on November 6th, 2019 for the steep slope special permit. My client had this designed a two-family project. At that time, again, did not require any variances. It was just the steep slope special permit. So at that time, the Zoning Board of Appeals charged us with going back and redesigning the project by building it more into the hillside, thereby reducing the height of the building and to eliminate or reduce the size of any retaining walls that would be needed. Instead, not to worry that if doing that triggered any variances, but to try that and come back. Understood this was under the old zoning. In December of 2019, almost a month after that, the city adopted, as you know, the new zoning ordinance, and all pending applications, including this one, had to stop, refile, and start over. So on February 5th, 2020, we filed a new application building the project into the hillside as the zoning board had requested, requiring variances under the new zoning. On March 11th, 2020, we amended that application. And a matter of days later, the city closed due to COVID and everything stopped and the board didn't meet. So on July 22nd of 2020, we held a remote neighborhood meeting. We heard the comments from the neighbors. We also heard comments from the city staff. And on April 5th of 2021, we filed another amendment to the application, taking those comments into account. And that is what is before you now, is the April 5th, 2021 filing. On April 27th, 2021, we held yet a fifth neighborhood meeting. And since then, we've basically been waiting for a zoning board hearing date. We are here. I will note for the record, we're going to keep moving on, but I do want to say for the record, we're here tonight, but my client does not waive any rights or claims it may have that the project was administratively approved by virtue of not having a hearing being held within the required timeline. But moving on. There's a lot going on in this project. I will note that this is a two-family project. It is a two-family project. So in a neighborhood resident zone, it is not in a transit area, so parking is required. At this point, I would like Peter Quinn to walk through the plans. We need a number of variances, but like I said, we're operating under the same understanding and instructions from the zoning board from the prior hearing. And I understand the zoning has changed since then, but under the prior hearing, to build it as much into the hillside and sort of have it gracefully fall down the hillside so as not to put too much pressure on the neighbors at the top or the neighbors at the bottom. And we felt like we have done that. However, because of the oddities of the lot and the oddities of the slope and trying to meet all these competing interests, there are a number of variances that have to be needed. However, the variances all stem from some of the same things. So while it looks like a lot of variances just because of the new code, a lot of this has got to be a matter of interpretation. And to be honest, a lot of it depends on just really one or two factors. Peter, do you want to walk through the plans? Can we make Peter a presenter so we can show the plan set? Ray said, thank you. I will mute myself while Peter goes.
Peter, are you still able to share your screen, or do I need to give you permission for that?
You need to give me
still good?
Yeah,
I'm
permission.
making him presenter now.
Okay, very good.
There you are. You should be able to present now.
There you I should do it. Thank you very much. My name is Peter Quinn of Peter Quinn Architects, 259 Elm Street in Davis Square. I'm actually showing you right now, if you can see, can somebody just confirm you can see my screen? I'm showing you the project as we have redesigned it at the top of the hill. Yes, it is 2 separate buildings, which I know is not allowed in the zoning. However, this was a suggestion that came out of our original hearing with you, which was to attempt to break up the mass of the building, even if it did require a variance. So once that decision was made on our part, there was a whole series of consequences as far as variances go. The original plan, if I can just show you, you may recognize this for those who were on the board then, was a much larger single building with a garage at the top of the hill and then 2 wings that went down the hill, and fairly boxy appearance at the top of the hill, which was creating some shadows for our neighbors that we wanted to address with the revision. So what the plan that we have now does is separate the 2 buildings with a landscape corridor between them, and then have parking turn into garages, with the exception of a potential tandem spot up here. And of course, this is a wider driveway, but that's also for manipulation to be able to get into these garages. So, you know, there's a lot of things about this that work well on the site, but then fly in the face of the new zoning, you know, which wants to have a repetition of a typical Somerville building form, and certainly nothing against that. It just simply is very, very difficult to do on the site, especially when the intention is, in a case like this scheme, is to step down in the site and reduce the amount of retaining walls. So essentially what this does is, I know this image is maybe a little hard to read, but what this is doing is the building itself is the retaining wall as it works its way down the site. And to do that, you know, does mean that you split the building and it's kind of open up like a set of drawers. And, you know, you have 30 or so feet to get down the hillside. And we certainly don't go all the way down. As you can see, we leave 20 to 30 feet at the toe of the building before we get to our neighbors. So the way this is laid out, and both buildings are essentially the same concept. We start at a level up at the top, 2nd story down, which is the living, dining, kitchen, and then we go to master bedroom, and then we go to secondary bedrooms. And then the smaller volume on the top is a family room. So it's a little unconventional as to its layout, but the purpose of this is to try to make it fit into the hillside better without having, you know, very large retaining walls. If you look at what we did and have presented to you before, we actually had a very large retaining wall holding up the building. It was approximately 15 feet high at one point, 13 at another. And, you know, it came almost to the same point on the site at, you know, 30 feet or so from the property line at the lower level, but a much larger volume, even though it's quite interesting architecturally, a much larger volume presented itself not only to our neighbors at the top of the hill, but also at the bottom. So when you compare this to what we have come up with, you can see how the staggering really does minimize the volume and the appearance of the building. And of course, these trees are actually all there. We would even supplement it with some additional trees as well. In this image, I simply pulled the trees away so that you can see the building more clearly. A couple of other things to note. At the top of the hill where we have our parking garages and entries, we do have this secondary volume on the top for a family room. This you know, in terms of how it appears to the neighbors is much lower. That way we could at least, you know, leave the space where this building is located somewhat open, and people can see over it and between it. And the heights itself are respectively much lower than the neighbors' buildings, almost 10 feet lower. Also want to point out that we recrafted the side of the building. Let me see if I can find a good slide for this. So that as it steps down, and this is the same on the other side of the site, it reduces the amount of shadows on our neighbor. We did an extensive study on this. So for instance, here's a 3D view of the way it was originally, and how we changed it by stepping it down more. And in doing that, we were able to eliminate all of this blue shadow in here. And then, I don't want to go into too much detail because it gets a little difficult to read, but we did review this with our neighbors. You can see all of this blue shadow is now no longer in shadow in the winter. So by stepping it down, we actually created an opening for sunlight to get in the winter where it hadn't been there before. So that's the 3D view of the building. I can take through the plans very quickly and you'll see them. So typically, you know, you enter the building from inside the garage and a portico. This was, you know, again, this is an issue that was brought up in the zoning analysis, the zoning that we are not 2 feet above grade. That was done intentionally in order to work off this driveway and courtyard area directly into the building. Raising it would only make the building appear taller, which we were trying to minimize. And then so you have one building here and the other building there, and this is a landscape courtyard between the two with stairs that go down into the site. The landscape architect is with us tonight, and he can explain a little better, you know, how we would handle that space. Again, you know, this gives you an idea of how the buildings sit on the site. You can see at this particular location where the section is taken, this is the existing grade, the dashed line. So the buildings are actually sort of sitting right on the grade. And what this means is that there's very little cut and fill on this project. Cut and fill meaning like how much you take away and how much you bring back in. It's almost perfectly balanced, which really is important, you know, for the ease of construction and for you know, sort of the speed at which it will be able to be built should receive approval without a lot of disruption and trucks coming in and out to the neighborhood. So that was, you know, one of the benefits of going back and trying to recraft this building. I think, you know, there's an awful lot to cover, and I don't want to you know, go too far into it. There may be questions, and they've had a chance to look at the drawings already. So why don't I just pause there and pass it on to our landscape architect.
Well, Peter, could I
Peter
step in?
Harms.
This is Adam Dash again. Peter,
Yeah,
can you show
sure.
the site plan with the borders, maybe the survey? Because I think it's important to show the shape of the lot.
Yeah,
Just the survey itself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you just outline the weird shape of the lot here?
Yeah, so I'm going to go around the site right here. Then it steps in. This is Eastman Road coming up the hill. So it steps in a little bit and then across. And then it has this strange angular shape here. And where this point projects in way into the lot, then expands back out, has frontage at the lower end all along with the road there.
Maybe Z1 would be an easier one to follow.
Yeah. Okay.
If you just show close up on the actual zoning map portion on the left.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
well,
So you can see.
That's good. Yeah, good.
Yeah. So what happened? Here's our frontage, technically, which is the end of Eastman Road. This is our side lot that we share with a neighbor who also has a very large retaining wall holding up their house. And then this is unit 1, building 1. And it's just drawn here as a footprint, even though it is stepping down. And then the minimum 10-foot of space between the two buildings. And then this is it, the second building's footprint. And you can see we've had a kind of work around this point here, leaving a little bit of space. And this building, well, it's a little bit wider, it's also shorter in the landscape. So, you know, you have sort of a basic rectangle, and then you have these you know, difficult shapes to work with from a zoning point of view on the other side. And the steep area of the site is all right in here, very, very steep, about 35 feet of vertical drop. And whereas up at the top, it's level, but it's a relatively small footprint up there of level area.
Could you back up one slide, Peter, and then just highlight the area on the left where the zoning map is? Because I want to show how this is Adam Dash again. So the property being, as Peter explained, is steeply sloped and irregularly shaped and does not engage the street particularly well. You go back, no, back to Z1.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And there are notches in the property, which Peter showed, which caused the property to have actually 4 side setbacks. And this is unique in the neighborhood. And if Peter goes back one slide to Z1, you can see, go up one, yep, that one. There, you can see there on the left, the assessor's map. You can see how all of the lots in the neighborhood are little rectangles, and then that red dashed one is us. And you can see how the street sort of hits the side of the property there. So there's no way you're going to have real frontage. And then all the other houses, all the other lots are very different from ours. This doesn't show the slope that goes down towards Cedar Street. But what it does show you is the unique lot shape, which is creating a number of the hardships for the variances that we're seeking here. And Peter was talking about how these are 2 buildings. They are connected by the stairs. Obviously, going down the hillside, the building is kind of upside down from a conventional house where you come in on the living room and you go down the stairs to the bedrooms, down the hill. And so when you do that and the building's sort of backwards like that, there are a lot of stairs that are required. And that's what eats up a lot of floor area, which then means that you have to do things to get livable rooms by allowing for all the stairs, because we're building into the hillside, because we were able to reduce the shading and impact on the neighbors by doing it this way. They are connected by the stairs, these 2 buildings. So the question of actually whether it's 2 structures or 1 structure is sort of an interpretation question under the new code. We are trying to be conservative here with the application. You may notice that some of these things that we're seeking as variances may in fact, depending on how you read this, may not be variances, but we like the number of stories on a slope this steep depends really on how you look at it, because it's so egregiously sloped, good Lord, it's getting late. So many of these variances, as I said, are for the same reason. I mean, the parking, for instance, all the parking variances pretty much come out of the fact that we have that very little side road of easement that comes into that little bit of our property here. So technically you have to park in the frontage area. There's nowhere else to park. And being not in a transit zone, we have to have parking. The driveway in the frontage area, exact same reason. I mean, a lot of this is being driven by these issues. Peter explained the ground story elevation and building width, the setbacks. Honestly, the front setback and the side setback, again, sort of depends on how you look at it. When you have 4 side setbacks and almost no front setback, because that Eastman Road bit's very small, it's a little hard to build anything here that would and go down the hill that would not require something. Now, there's no really other place to put the parking, as Peter said, because the top of the lot is the only flat part where you can put the parking. We're required to have the parking. So the relief sought here is causing the project to be less impactful in the neighborhood, lower, fewer shadows, fewer retaining walls, which we were told that neighbors down the hill did not want, and allows the applicant to actually stabilize the slope and control the runoff and erosion that is happening there to date. And this goes to the special permit for the steep slope, which I want to call on Peter Gammy, the civil engineer. If you could make him a presenter as well, that would be great. Because I'd like him to talk about what we're doing here to meet the steep slope special permit, erosion and water controls.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Hi, this is Peter Gammy, civil engineer for the project, Columbia Design Group. Our address is 14 Upham Avenue in Boston. So, from an engineering perspective, this site does have some challenges, but we're actually kind of fortunate in some ways to have that flat area where the original house was located, to be able to utilize that space to do some good things with stormwater management. But let me just back up just a little bit before I get into the stormwater in detail, because that's probably one of the biggest issues. As we talked about, this site has those steep grades and the existing conditions with the small single-family house at the top. The existing site had no stormwater management on it. All of the runoff went down the slope towards Cypress Street. There's a history of erosion problems on the site. And so and slope stabilization. So these are all things that I believe the proposed project actually provides significant improvements over what's out there today. So that's sort of where I'm headed in terms of looking at this as a pre versus post sort of analysis. The new utilities, sewer, water, electric, gas, those are all coming off of Eastman. There's no real issues or problems that I can see as far as those utilities go. Pretty standard stuff. The real issue is the storm water. And what we've done here is, with the stormwater management, is we've designed 4 infiltration systems, 2 of which, the larger systems, are underneath the new driveway, which is in that area where the existing house was. And those 2 systems are sized and designed to handle the runoff from almost all of the roof areas for both units 1 and unit 2. Those are the runoff is collected and piped into those infiltration systems. The driveway itself is also captured through a trench drain at the end, and that runoff is going into those 2 systems in that area. Those systems allow the water to be stored, and over time that water infiltrates into the ground, thus reducing runoff. The other 2 systems are located on the lower side, and they capture runoff from the lower patio areas. There's one for unit 1 and one for unit 2. And again, same type of a design. There's simply areas where the runoff can be captured and stored, and then as the storm dissipates, that water is allowed over time to then migrate down into the soils and into the ground. When you look at we set up a HydroCAD model, which allows us to look at the existing conditions versus the proposed conditions. When we look at the pre versus post runoff for both volume and peak rate of flow, we have a decrease. The proposed project decreases runoff, both volume and peak flow, for all storm events up to and including the 100-year event. So what this project does essentially, as far as storm water, is reduce both those, the volume and the peak flow, considerably over what's there today, which of course will help with erosion and slope stabilization, which is the next subject that I just want to touch on. Is, with these steep slopes, and as I mentioned before, the existing site has a history of problems with erosion on it. When you look at what we're proposing here, the 2 buildings themselves, because they're structures, they take a large, and those areas are all being, the runoff from those roof areas is all being captured and managed and put into systems that are slowing the runoff. The buildings in and of themselves are reducing the potential for erosion and improving slope stabilization. In addition, we're introducing other techniques such as using biologs. Those are sort of the gray, I can't point, but I'm pointing with my finger that you can't see, that cut across the steeper sections of the slope. Those are designed so that over time they eventually dissipate, but during their life they hold the slopes in place and allow the plantings and the new trees and shrubs to take hold, and eventually once the new plantings take root, then you have a much more stabilized slope. We're also introducing biomats, which again, all of these techniques help to reduce potential erosion and improve what's out there today. That, along with the planting plan, which Blair will get into, will significantly improve the site conditions. So just to summarize, basically from an engineering perspective, as I look at this, we're basically improving the drainage patterns through the introduction of a stormwater management system that reduces peak rate of runoff, reduces volume, the volume of water running off, and through the use of the biomats and the biologs and the plantings, stabilizes the site to much better than it is today. So I'll be around for any questions you might have.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. It's Adam Dash again. And also to address the other issues regarding the special permit, because there are arboreal concerns that are required, findings that are required for the slope special permit, in addition to landscaping in general for the rest of the project. We have Blair Hines, the landscape architect. Blair, you want to walk us through that?
Yes, I will. So I just want to say that overall in our approach to this project really has two primary objectives. One is to support residential living by providing pleasing garden spaces in the transition between the two units as you go down to some outdoor spaces that are at the bottom of the slope to sheet left. The second objective of the landscape plan is really to create this planting that Peter Gammey just mentioned that will stabilize the slope, as well as provide some trees that break up the views of the houses so that they don't seem too stark, and to start to create a new environment there, which we think will be pleasing to the neighbors, with a combination of some evergreen trees, some shade trees, and then ornamental trees. So again, just to reiterate, the overall purpose of the plan is to secure the site and to support residential living. And I'd be happy to get into the details, but given that this is late, maybe that would be best handled by answering questions that the zoning board might have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Blair. It's Adam Dash again. It's hard, as you can see, hard to build a project harmonious with the neighbors while being dimensionally compliant with the new zoning. This property actually is the poster child for a hardship variance due to the odd, unique shape of this property in the neighborhood, and possibly in the city in general with regard to the slope as well, the shape and the topography of the lot. And honestly, this is what variances are for. I can say in 30 years of doing this, I've never had this much agitation, delay, and expense over a two-family project before. But this is a very odd situation, and it can't stay a vacant lot forever. Almost 4 years of process, redesign, and a lot of extreme expense to the applicant over the two-family in an NR zone that's not in a town, not in a transit area district, is just a lot hard to absorb for my client, who originally tore down the original house with the understanding at the time that he had a by right two-family And then the rules all changed on them several times with the steep slope special permit and then the new zoning. My client's been open and receptive to the neighbors, held 5 formal neighborhood meetings, and have had many, many individual meetings and conversations, too many to count, with neighbors and their attorneys over the years. And this proposal is trying to satisfy all of the concerns with the understanding that we know we can't satisfy 100% of everybody all the time. We're interested in hearing the board's thoughts on the project. I would note, and Peter, I don't know if you can pull up that plan, that this building up on Eastman Road is going to be lower than all of the other houses on Eastman Road. And we have made it lower during this process of meeting with the neighbors, shaving off here and shaving up there. And we've actually lowered it quite a bit. There's a view you have, Peter, we're on Eastman Road itself that has the elevations of the other houses, I believe, are the heights of the other houses next to it. There we go. And you can see there the peaks of the roofs. We're showing a proposed peak of 124.2 feet. And you can see the house to the right of us at 19, which is taller and up the hill from us, and is blocked actually by trees, 133.1. And you can see how the hill goes and the other properties go to scale there. We're actually proposing a pretty low slung project here. And again, we were taking some guidance from the board at that time in 2019 to try to build it into the hillside, and whatever variances came. So that is sort of where we are with the project. And I understand this is an unusual request. However, it is an unusual situation. So with that, there are probably a million questions you may have. And I know there are probably a lot of neighbors who want to speak. So I will end at that point.
Great. Thank you very much, Adam. There's Miss Sarah Risa. We want to hear from whoever is in the audience that would like to speak.
All right, you're opening up for public comment. Yes, Madam Chair?
I believe so.
All right. So anyone who would like to make a comment on this project, actually 2 things first before that, so we can get prepared, Madam Chair. Peter, could you stop sharing your screen at this point so that we can put up the clock?
Timer.
Thank you. And Raisa, could you please put up the clock by sharing your screen? I'll just wait before I open it up.
Are we back to looking at the timer?
Yes, correct. I will let you reset. Okay. So now anybody who has a member of the public who has a comment, please use the raise your hand function. And that way I will know to call on you so that you can make a comment. I'm going to go in the order in which they appear alphabetically. If you raise your hand afterwards, I will be going back through the list to scoop in additional raised hands. So I will get to you, but once the chair closes the public comment portion, we can't take further public comment at that time. So the first one I have is David Lyons. And if you've been listening to all of the other cases where I've repeated myself ad infinitum, I shall do that again by saying I shall unmute you. Please unmute yourself on your end. Be aware of your volume and make sure it's turned up. Please state your name and address prior to making your comment. So David Lyons, I have unmuted you. If you would please unmute yourself. And I see that you have, so please proceed. And we can't hear you.
Mr. Lyons?
David, I'm going to give you a couple more seconds. Please adjust your volume. Make sure that you have turned the volume up on your computer. All right, I am going to mute you for now, and I will go back to you later. Hopefully you can get that working. I am going to unmute Cynthia Singer Reardon. That's how you're listed here. You can unmute yourself. Please make sure your volume is up and state your name and address prior to giving your comments, please.
Hi,
This is Cynthia Singer Reardon. I'm at 14 Cedar Ave. And I have spoken before, but maybe haven't spoken to everybody here because there's some new folks. But just wanted to sort of give a neighbor perspective because I feel like, of course, Adam Dash gave his perspective, but as a resident and someone who's lived here the whole duration of the project, it's a little bit different in the sense that the lot was not derelict and abandoned before. The developers cut down all of the trees in the wooded lot, preemptive of having any plans that were permitted to develop. And so now we've been living with an abandoned lot for 3 years where there is a lot of erosion and some of the issues that they've talked about. We have definitely had great conversations with the developer. They've, made some accommodations, but I will say one of the things that we've found that has been repeated at many meetings is that we think that the size and scale of the buildings could be reduced in the sense that the neighborhood has much smaller buildings in and of itself. So like if you were to walk down our street, I don't know if you're familiar with this, with our neighborhood or our street, but the project in its size will loom over us and detract from the enjoyment of our neighborhood. So I'm just sort of bringing this up to give a different perspective. And also the build by right is also questionable whether that was possible to happen. So while it seems like there's extreme hardship and there's been several iterations, there has been, but it's not as if the neighbors have enjoyed any part of this process either. So just gonna leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, the next person I have is David Mays. I hope I'm pronouncing your last name correctly. I'm going to unmute you. And if you would state your name and address prior to making your comment.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is David Mays. I live at 20 Cedar Avenue. So we're in a butter to the project, we're downhill from it. To reiterate what our neighbor Cynthia just said, we moved here in 2006 and our view at that point was looking out over a fairly pleasant wooded lot, which is the Eastman Road property that we're discussing tonight. And that was our view. We looked over a nice field of trees, which was a little bit unusual for Somerville at the time. This proposal since the beginning has been very large, and while we appreciate the changes that the developers have made, it's mostly been squishing the mass out in various ways, right? This proposal is for a 5,000 foot property, 5,000 square foot livable space, and that's really just huge for our neighborhood. Few of the houses here are as large as 2,000 square feet. So we're really seeing something that seems out of scale for the property and is kind of perching up on top of the hill looking down over this. So we're really hoping to see a much smaller proposal that fits in better with the scale and character of the neighborhood. So we're standing in opposition to the proposal in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Madam Chair, I'm going to go back and, oh no, I see that there's a hand that has been lowered. The next person that I see is Nancy Waring. Nancy, I'm unmuting you, and if you would unmute yourself and state your name and address prior to making your comment, please.
Thank you, Ms. White. My name is Nancy Waring. I've lived at 19 Eastman Road in Somerville since 1986. We are direct abutters to the project. We have enjoyed living on a small, narrow, dead-end street for many years and enjoyed our previously small building next door to us and the trees which were cut down, I believe, without full permission. In fact, the cutting down of the trees was stopped initially midway because permission had not been fully granted. We have heard many iterations of these plans, and we've been quite disturbed by them throughout because despite the fact that the two building arrangement that's now under consideration is somewhat lower, the project is still, we feel, way out of scale and way out of keeping with the character of the neighborhood, and has caused considerable distress both at the top of the hill where we are and on Cedar Avenue, where we also respect the concerns of our neighbors and those that our neighbors on Cedar Street may have as well. So we hope that the developers will consider a much, much smaller project that fits more appropriately into our very neighborly neighborhood. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Madam Chair, let's see, the next one on our raised hand list here is, I don't see anybody else with a raised hand other than Councilor Niedergang, whom I will get to, but I want to go through the list again. David Lyons, your hand is raised again. I'm going to unmute you. If you would unmute yourself and try again, I hope your volume is working, and please state your name and address for the record. And we can't hear you. I'm going to go through the list again, see if there's anybody else with their hand raised in the meantime. And other than Councilor Niedergang, I don't see any. David, I can't help you in any other fashion on our end. I am going to go now to Councilor Niedergang, and we will, oh, I see a couple more hands raised now. We have Ellie Perloff. I hope I pronounced your name properly. You are unmuted. Kindly give your name and address for the record before making your comment.
Hey, I'm Michael Perloff. Ellie Perloff is my wife. We're abutters at 81 Cedar Street. And we just wanted to comment on the number of variances at 22 in reference to our building code here. I understand that our voters, that our volunteers, that our forepersons and people involved make up the building code, and there needs to be some point of a building code. I haven't always lived in Somerville.
I'm sorry, I just want to make a correction. I need to interrupt you. Can you pause that for a second, Raisa? It's actually not the building code. That the building code is set by the state.
Sorry, zoning
So
code.
we're talking about the zoning code. Yes, just to make that correction, correct.
Sorry, zoning code. When I was in Cambridge, projects were dismissed for having 14 variances, and in Pennsylvania for 12. I suppose that, you know, there may not be a literal limit, but, you know, the size and the scope of this building is very different than the surrounding structures. And that's part of the reason that we have zoning code, like that things make sense in an area. I mean, I suppose with 84 variances, you could put a skyscraper on this place. So 22 variances to a building code that is made up of the people of Somerville, the voters, the administration and the politicians and the volunteers. I think the building code has to matter for something. So 22 variances just seems like an awful lot to put such a big structure in the middle of a community where it doesn't match. So that's all we wanted to say.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Madam Chair, the next person I see is, I saw one person, one second here. Emily, I think it's Leadholm. I saw your hand up before. I'm going to unmute you in case you had a question and accidentally lowered your hand. Emily, did you have a comment to make?
I did. This is Emily Leadholm.
Very good. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Emily Leadholm, and I'm at 30 Eastman Road. So we are direct abutters at the top of Eastman, and I would walk by 21 Eastman, the structures, to get to my house, which is sort of tucked behind it. Just to note that repeatedly I've commented that in the drawings where it shows a strip of grass just outside the parking area, that's not a strip of grass, that is our driveway. So it's just a little misleading in terms of looking like there's more green space. There's no green space there, it's a driveway. But I would agree with my neighbors that the scale and size is just way too big, and that the variances aren't so necessary because of the irregular shape, but because the buildings are too big themselves. So, so that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
What are you saying? Excuse me, is it Emily?
Yes.
What are you saying about the green space in the driveway?
So in the pictures at the top of Eastman Road, where 21 Eastman parking area is, so it's like the driveway just right outside the garages. On the other, there's a little cedar, you know, an illustration of a cedar fence. And on the other side of that fence, it shows a green strip, like a little patch of lawn. And I'm making the point that's no lawn, that is our driveway. So that is the driveway for my house, which is at 30 Eastman. So just, you know, it sort of makes it look like
Okay.
the house has a lot of, yeah, you get it.
Okay, I get it. Thank you so much. Next, please.
Okay, Madam Chair. The next person I see is Mary Riley. Mary, I'm unmuting you. If you would state your name and address for the record, please. Mary, you're just going to need to unmute yourself. It says you're self-muted.
Okay.
There you go. There you go.
Mary Riley, 19 Eastman Road. Can you shut yourself? I'm sorry, it was an echo.
We can hear you fine, Mary.
I think I have to agree that the building is, it's too big, and there's something very odd and alien about it that doesn't really fit into the neighborhood. A small Somerville dead-end street, quiet, family-oriented neighborhood. It just seems so big and overbearing, among other things, which I'm not going to go into. I don't want to take up a lot of time. I just want to say I'm against it as it is, and I really hope Peter Quinn can make it smaller. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Okay, Madam Chair, I am going through the list here again. I will go back to the top and go through one more time before I get to Councillor Niedergang.
I believe David Lyons is outstanding.
Yes, I'm going to try him one more time and see what happens. So David, I hope you've been able to adjust your volume there. I've unmuted you. You could try and unmute yourself one more time and hopefully we'll get some success.
No.
Okay, so nothing there, but he did submit written comments, he says on December 10th, in opposition that projects, I'm not sure exactly what his comments were, but he did submit written comment.
Okay, so that was David Lyon?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and I do, before you go any further, I do have an email from Tim and Linda Butler. So we got their email from, you know, passed down to us on December 14th. So thank you for that. And that's the only one I have now beside Mr. Niedergang.
All right, very good. Councillor Niedergang, I have unmuted you, and if you unmute yourself, you are all set to proceed.
Great, thank you. And for the third time, Madam Chair, members of the board, thanks for listening to me. This has been a long process. I think Attorney Dash described it well. I'll just say that more than 40 neighbors have been involved, and the neighbors have put in huge amounts of time into working on this development. I'm strongly opposed to this application. While it's true that the developers have made quite a few accommodations to the neighbors' concerns, as you've heard, it's still going to bring many negative things to the neighborhood if it's built. I agree wholeheartedly with the planning staff report and its recommendation to deny most of the variance requests. Through 4 years and many design iterations and all these meetings and discussions with the neighbors, the developers have consistently put forward plans for 2 huge units. Now I think they're about 2,400 and 2,800 square feet. I believe this has been the primary driver of the designs, along with the oddness of the lot, which it is a very unusual lot. But I think the reason that none of the many proposals that the developers have put forward have been close to acceptable by the neighbors is because they insist on these huge units. So due to this, due to their desire to have these large units, they've designed a project that essentially completely ignores the city's zoning code. And that does not in any way fit into the built context of Eastman Road. The big picture is that if the ZBA were to approve this project with 22 or any large number of variances, it could set a precedent that would be harmful to many other neighborhoods in the future. At the previous ZBA meeting that Adam Dash mentioned, the chair did tell the developers to come back with a prospect that works for the neighborhood and the neighbors, even if it requires some variances. But, you know, I want to make 2 points about this. As was mentioned, this was under the previous zoning code. And secondly, you know, I would support a much smaller project, you know, if it fit into the neighborhood that requested a bunch of variances, maybe even as many as a half a dozen. But 11 or 22 variances, I just think that is, you know, beyond what the zoning board suggested, beyond what any of us could have imagined. The developers could design a project that needed many fewer variances if they reduced the size of the units and got rid of 2 of the parking spaces, which are not required and they're not needed in this location, which will be 15 to 20-minute walk to 3 different MBTA stations by the time it's built. Smaller units would make the building fit much better on the lot, and in the neighborhood, it would not loom up way above the neighbors on Cedar Street and Cedar Avenue. And I think the neighbors and I all understand that this lot is going to be developed. I haven't heard anybody say, you know, well, people are sad to have seen the trees cut down. I haven't heard anybody say, yeah, we think this should just stay, you know, as a vacant lot. So in conclusion, I hope you will deny these variances and tell the developers to come back with a smaller project that fits into the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Niedergang. And as everybody knows, we have the counselor's email to really look that over and digest it. Before you go away tonight, for all you folks, this is Mr. Niedergang's last visit with us as a counselor. So we wish you well and thank you for all your input over the years and good luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it.
Take care. Okay, so that's the public portion. And now we'd like to hear, I think as of right now, I'm going to close the public portion. If anything should change different tonight, I can always open it again. So we're going to close the public portion and go to the board with your, you know, questions or comments.
Madam Chair, this is Adam Dash. May I speak?
Hi, Adam. Yeah.
Hi. Just briefly, to answer some of these issues that were raised, because there were some questions in some of what was said. I mean, first off, the 2, I know Attorney Lyons, you'd mentioned his brief, where he mentioned that having 2 structures on the lot is a use variance, not a dimensional variance. I would disagree. The use is 2 units. That would be a use variance. We're not seeking that. The structure being 2 separate structures is a dimensional variance. I would also note someone had mentioned that my clients had taken the trees down the lot. First of all, they took some of the trees down on the lot, and they took some of the trees down the lot because they had a by right 2 family. We'd been through historic, and they were going to build a 2-family house by right, and they were prepping the lot for the work when the steep slope ordinance passed, and we had to stop. So that wasn't some nefarious thing that was done to cause trouble. And to say that the lot has sat there and we've allowed it to rot for 4 years, I think I described the tortuous process we've been through. We wanted to build on this. We've been trying to build on this, please, believe me. We've been prevented every time we try, and that's why it keeps sitting there. I would note also that the other houses, this is not going to be the largest house in the neighborhood. If you look at the city's assessor's records, we are not the largest house in the neighborhood. We also, we're going to have a lot more tree caliper when this is all said and done than the other houses in the neighborhood, most of the houses in the neighborhood. And I would also note that not only are we not the largest house in the neighborhood, we're not the largest house in the neighborhood on the largest lot in the neighborhood. So we're not, and as you saw the height that we showed earlier, we're not looming over anybody. We're actually have been struggling to make this as small as we can. And I know some neighbors had said they'd like us to get smaller. We have made it smaller and had meetings, and made it smaller and had meetings, made it smaller and had meetings. We can't make it any smaller and have someone stand in the building at this point. It's a small, we've gotten it there, we've cut it down. If you remember the very early plans, this is way smaller than it used to be. As far as the family neighborhood, we're trying to build family-sized units. They're not excessively large. If it's a family neighborhood, we're trying to have family-sized units. Peter Quinn, if you could come up, I wanted to see if you could explain two things. One, to the drivers of the unit sizes and shapes, and also the question about that part that someone said was shown as landscaping that isn't. I believe that's not been the case. That was on the plans from way back when, and that was an error that was corrected on the plan set that was filed in April. And then likewise, as far as this being a precedent, this is such an odd situation. I can't imagine what precedent this would set. I don't think there's another lot like this in the city. Anyway, Peter, could you explain, I guess, what's driving the sort of how the units flow and the stairs and all that issue with what drives the size of it, and then also using L1 shows sort of what's going on with that area that they said we're landscaping, that we're not showing anything incorrectly, right?
And Peter, do you need to be able to share your screen again?
He's telling me he needs to be unmuted.
Uh-huh. Odd. Okay. There you go, Peter.
Thank you. Yeah, when I was unmuted before, I got kicked off.
Oh, sure. When you stop sharing your screen, I understand. Yeah. That's the unfortunate thing that happens. So thank you for bearing with us.
It's a quirk in the system. Yeah.
It is.
So yes, please, if you could make me a presenter, I can clear some of these things up.
All right. Oh, you got that? You got it? You're all set? Yep. Okay, good.
Go. All right, so what the neighbor was speaking about was an error on my part, and I know she mentioned it before, and I really do apologize about this. I don't know why. I thought I had spoken to our design team to make sure that this strip right here, which I had in this drawing erroneously shown as grass, is actually a driveway. So it's just an annoying thing that I failed to take care of before. So this is a new note and a shadow I put on there. Now, as to the question about the building area, I do want to point out that there's a lot of stairway in this building. You can see right here in this, so stairways have landings, and when you add that into the total area of the building, it's a very large percent of it. Probably on the order of 15 to 20% of the area. That just comes with the idea of having this slid and stacked plan that goes down the hillside. We did look at I think we have a summary of the habitable area here. So you can see each level is a relatively small footprint, and then it's linked by stairs. We actually come out with Unit 1 in its gross floor area of 2370, and then Unit 2, which is a little larger, at 2700. So these are not 5,000 square foot units. These are not 4,000 square foot units. These are, they're a little large compared to, say, a duplex. But, we have seen single families, which is essentially what these are, built to this scale, throughout Somerville, whenever one gets a chance. And there's certainly a market for 3-bedroom units with a family room in Somerville that allows families to live here. I don't know why we wouldn't want to take that opportunity to provide this kind of housing, which is, somewhat difficult to get on a lot of different sites. So, but again, it's a combination of stairways and small footprints, which are inefficient, of course, connecting by stairs, and then a total which is 5,000, which is, if you take into account what other buildings on the street have, including their finished basements, there are many houses on the street that have that total square foot. My client, Adam Siegel, could actually speak to that point more. He's got a lot of that information if you want us to take a look at it with you.
Adam?
This is Adam Siegel, the applicant. We just put together a brief spreadsheet of the assessor's data showing the total area that they have listed. And of course, this isn't always accurate, so it's the best we can go by. The total public living area as a percentage of the lot size, and we are smaller than our abutter at 19 Eastman, and a few other houses as well. As a percentage of the total lot size, we're smaller than, just looking at this. We're smaller than every one of our abutters on Eastman, and 8-seater, 12-seater, 14-seater, and 20-seater as a percentage of lot size.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
No, thank you, Madam
Okay.
Chair. I just wanted to make
Adam?
sure we responded to that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Shall we go to the board, Adam, or do you have any more comments?
No, certainly we'd like to hear the board's feedback. We heard you last
Okay.
time in November of 19. We'd like to hear where we are now.
Okay, thank you. Ann Brockelman.
Ma'am, just as Peter Quinn's mentioned, I just want to make sure the gross square feet, 2370 and about 2,700, that's with or without the interior stairs?
That's with. That's the
With.
gross area.
Okay, so you're saying when you're saying that 27,000 square feet on all these levels of stairs actually take up a lot of that. Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
And Madam Chair, is it okay if I ask a few questions?
Please do.
Okay. And you and I are the only two here, I think.
Yep.
That were here in the
Here.
previous iteration. So it was a by right 2-family before, and the zoning changed, and now it's could still be a by right 2-family. Can you explain that, staff?
It's Adam Dash. It was under the old zoning before the steep slope special permit passed. It was a by right 2-family. We had that plan. The steep slope special permit put us into a special permit situation, and we saw you in 2019 on that. As for everything else, we were compliant. Under the new zoning, this is where things get interesting. I saw Sarah White was shaking her head. She maybe could weigh in on it more, but I mean, this is where things get a little strange because of the building type requirements and then the frontage requirements and these building width and depth and all these other requirements. And this lot really doesn't work with the new zoning, as you can see, because the way the driveway comes in at the side like that, which turns into the front, but it's not really the front because you get these little jogs. It gets all messed up.
But what is allowed now? A by right 2-family or one principal structure or two? What is allowed now?
So, sorry, I'll jump in here. So what is allowed, so what is allowed by right is something that is completely dimensionally compliant, right? So two principal structures on a lot is not allowed, period, at all. Okay.
Okay.
What is allowed is one principal structure on the lot. And one principal structure on a lot is different than a principal structure and a backyard cottage, right? Because a backyard cottage is by definition not a principal structure.
Mm-hmm.
So I had ISD look into this plan because we had a question about the stairs, the exterior stairs that go in between the two buildings.
Yeah.
Right? And we said, are these buildings connected, or are they one building or two? And ISD is determined, we had Nick look at it, that these are two buildings. The buildings are not connected. So hence, once we found that out, that's when we said, okay, we're looking at two principal structures on one lot. So two principal structures on one lot are not allowed. The basis of the zoning is premised on one principal structure. So that is why they needed a variance for two principal structures.
Right.
And just to keep going with that, in the old zoning, sometimes you would see structures that were connected by a breezeway, you know, that still read as one principal structure because of however tenuous that massing connection. Would that, could that apply here?
If I understand your question correctly, the ISD, Nick has said that does not apply. They are not connected in any fashion.
No, if they were to have a connecting breezeway, or sometimes there's a, you know, a little bridge. I'm just curious because we've seen that workaround.
Sure. I mean, I don't really know the answer to that question specifically without having ISD look at it, but I can say that if you ended up connecting the two buildings, you could also end up automatically with a building that is too wide for the allowed dimensions, because there's like there's a range. And I think that as it is now, each of these individual structures, at least at some point, maxes out that range. So the two together would egregiously max out that range. And I don't use the term egregiously to be negative. It might not have been the best choice of words, but it would be like double, at least double the width of what a building is allowed to be. So I think that so nobody is saying that it's an unbuildable lot. It might not be buildable to what this design is, but a redesign where you can still get 2 units. However, it's going to be 2 very different units. There will still be some types of variances needed because of aspects of this lot, but a different plan could conceivably require far fewer variances than this, right? It all depends on the choices and the design and, you know, what you're trying to get out of it. Yeah.
Madam Chair, can I make just a few more points and I'll give up the floor, because I think it's going to
fine. You know, we're going to go along and if it gets too late or whatever, but we want to be as thorough and not rushed as possible because we can always come back. So please ask the questions. The attorney's here with his whole crew, so you might as well ask now. Then you can think about it too.
So in the previous scheme, it was my belief, and perhaps you are referring to my opinion or quoting me, that the old scheme was hovering, because what happens in section was it came straight out, you know, and then loomed over, so it was higher than everyone, and then loomed over all the neighbors in the area. So I did suggest that with dropping topography, the massing should step down with the topography to hug the ground. So I think conceptually, this is a big improvement, a big change, and I support conceptually the way the massing is conceived. It should stay low to the ground and keep dropping down with the topography. It was projecting and looming, you know, like this spaceship hovering over everybody. So, and then it sounded like you know, in terms of earth retention, that made sense as well, you know, landscape wise, stormwater retention. So I'm glad to hear that. So I think this is a big improvement for those who weren't here 4 years ago. I think maybe I'm not seeing it, but I would still like to see in your site plan dashed lines of the actual setbacks. And am I missing that? Because graphically, there's a lot going on. This will help understand what's going on. You know, there's so many variances, and I understand a lot of it has to do with the front yard, you know, the location of front versus side versus backyard. So it would be nice to have a dash, you know, just set back in what's buildable by code, and then just to see the difference.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, that is typical, typical clear way of presenting, right? How you are asking to vary from the actual setback lines. I think that'd be helpful.
Yeah.
And then we could go through one by one, you know, is it non-complying because of the definition of front versus back? Is it non-complying because the building wants to be wider and it maybe doesn't have to be? So it would be clear what is the result of an eccentric lot versus a design decision. I think that would help. And then we could go through each one of the variances. And maybe one last, you know, and this is just my first pass. Couple of things though. There are 4 parking spots. I'm looking at the Z1.
That's
2 minimum. So you have 2 cars per
Yes.
unit.
C2 shows that.
One inside and 1 outside.
That's right.
Okay. Well, I can raise. I think 1 per unit should be enough. But 4, 2 minimum. Okay. So there's no, you are complying, but this goes to the further conversation on, you know, minimum versus more other decisions. So that's,
yeah.
I think that's kind of a more nuanced discussion later on, but I think I'll just end my questions for tonight here, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Who'd like to have a question? Ann Fullerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the team, I saw the current gross square footage calculation that you did, which was really helpful. And I was scanning the document from back in December 2019, and I couldn't land on the previous gross square footage quickly. Can you help me to find that?
Yeah. Let's see what I can see. So that one worked off FAR, which is not in the current code. So
Really have net as a comparison.
Yeah, this is a net. So that is not entirely apples to apples.
It's not apples and apples. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I agree with Ann Brockelman's comments about the low-lying stepped massing being a large improvement. Not having seen the previous proposal, I think it's a much more reasonable street level proposal from Eastman, from the upper Eastman portion of the street. It seems to be in scale, and as you pointed out, smaller than several of the other houses around it. It's still a lot of elevation from the low side of the hill for sure. I'm not sure there's a way that that's ever going to be completely solved or all the neighbors are going to be completely happy with that. I agree that as a result of just the shape and location of the lot, there are going to be hardship variances required. Really, from a zoning perspective, my biggest concern is the two primary buildings. I think that that would be a big change for a new zoning code to accept a proposal that has two primary buildings on one lot. And I realize it's a larger lot than is typical in Somerville. And I understand why you're coming to the table with that proposal, but I do have a pretty serious concern about two primary buildings on one lot and where that would lead future proposals.
Any more, Ann?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Catherine, do you have anything for tonight? No? Want to digest this?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm the same way. This is a lot to go through, and I'm glad we got a lot of people in tonight to comment, and I'm glad you were able to make your presentation, Adam, you and your team. But if you don't mind, I would like to continue this and also allow our other, let you have a full board instead of just 4 of us tonight. I think I hear in between, some of the good comments, some still reservations that I don't think the board would be ready to vote tonight. And would it be in a positive fashion as well? So unless I'm misinterpreting to the board, am I right in what I'm saying? Yeah. And yeah. Okay, good. All right.
Yes.
Adam?
Yes, Madam Chair, may I? Yeah, if I may, yeah, I wasn't expecting you to vote tonight because this is a complicated case.
Right.
So we're perfectly, of course, the continuance was fully expected. I just want to make sure I'm clear in what I'm hearing here. I did hear the 2 parking spaces instead of 4. I hear that. We can look at that. I guess Sarah had raised the question, if we made this one building, we're going to solve one problem and create a building with another problem. Is that the variance you would rather have us have than, because there's not going to be a way to avoid it, right? So it's either going to be 2 buildings or it's going to be 1 too wide building. So I guess which way do you want us to go? Because we're a bit whipsawed here. Our attempt to break it up was to make it smaller and to break up the massing and to make it appear as less monolithic based upon what we heard from the last time and based on the neighbor concerns. And we lowered it and broke it apart and ran it down the hill low to the ground. That's why we did it. We thought that by connecting them with the exterior stairs that we were creating one structure, and then ISD said we weren't, so we had to amend, as you saw, to add that as a variance. But if we made it one building, it's going to look bigger, and it'll be too wide, but we could try to do that, but I don't want to do that and then have the board not be okay with that variance for the width of the building, and then we're kind of stuck with one and the other.
Madam Chair.
Who's Ann Brockelman?
Yeah, Mr. Dash, honestly, I don't think you should try to redesign between now and the next meeting. I think we want to understand each variance and if that really is a hardship for each one, or some make sense, make more sense design-wise. For example, ground story elevation, you're lower than you're supposed to be, right?
Yes.
You're asking to build smaller at the ground story, so they're actually asking for less. So to be fair, the applicant just counting up the variances, and that becomes, one-to-one negative is not understanding the nuances of the site and the challenges. So, you know, would you rather have a taller building on Eastman because that's a front, that's defined as a front, and they're actually asking to have a smaller front. So they're asking for less. So I think I'd like to go through each of the variances one by one, but I think it's easier graphically. So the letter from Adam Dash listing the variances, maybe some of that could be explained graphically because it's a lot of it is the same cut and paste reasoning. You know, I thought I had to read through 18 pages, but it's actually the same, a lot of the same stuff repeating, right? You know, steep slope, steep slope, steep slope, but I actually would want to understand architecturally what's the challenge, what are the decisions that the setbacks are prompting, and which ones are, you know, you really can't, doesn't make sense to comply with, or some, you know, your goal is just larger units, which is, you know, a big point of contention. So I think just more clarity on each one of these, and that will actually also help the public understand. So, you know, they're just not tossing, oh, 22 variances, 22 variances. It actually is quite nuanced for each of them. And I suggest we go through them one by one. I mean, I could and, you know, mark up my own plans, but I think it would actually help bring everyone along.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, Adam Dash. I mean, we could do it now, or if you want us to do it next time, I don't know what your pleasure is on that. I mean, obviously, and the reason why there's some repetition in the development narratives, to be honest, that there's a bunch of variances, but they're kind of all coming out of the same thing. There's like parking variances, there's lot variances. There's really only three kinds of variances: building, lot, and parking. And they all fall into various categories, but they're all the same thing because the problem is the same problem for all of them. So for most of them. So, you know, I mean, that's the problem. But yeah, you're right. I think walking it through, it was hard. As you can see how long the narrative is, it's hard to write this in words because it's easier to show with pictures. We could do that. I don't know if you want us to do it now. It'll take a little while, but we could do it now or we could do it later, whatever you want to do. We're here, so I'm not going.
We'll do it later.
Understood.
I think to give you justice in our undivided attention, I mean, it's like 10 minutes of 11 now. We've been going since 6. So I really think there's a lot here to digest and interpret. And I think the board would have a lot of intelligent questions to hash this out with you. And I don't think this is the hour to do that.
Understood. Thank you.
And I think, Ian, what?
Instead of walking us through, could it be submitted? You know, like do a dimensional site layout plan. Could you submit more graphics with the setbacks ahead of the meeting, the next meeting?
Peter?
Ann Fullerton's shaking her head as well.
If I may speak, Peter Quinn.
Peter, yes?
I completely understand, I think, what Ann Brockelman is asking for, because my eyes glazed over, and no offense to you, Adam, but just reading, you know, your narrative.
Dear Lord.
And so I'm always looking for
Hey,
the
no
pictures.
picking on Adam tonight. It's too
No,
late.
I know. I just, you know, I like pictures too. And I think it would be easy for us to, because a lot of the information, as Adam just implied, is already in the drawings, but to pull them out, an individual graphic for each variance request would make it all a lot easier for all of us to understand. You know, I think.
So if I can just interject, Adam. So, Peter, you do understand what Ann Brockelman is requesting? Yeah. And yes. Ann Fullerton, she's also an architect. She's shaking her head yes as well. So as long as you can go back to Adam and the team and do this and then come back, it'd be really fruitful for everybody.
Thank you.
Yes?
We'll do. Yes, okay. That's a yes.
Okay, Adam?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay with this?
Yes, that sounds great, Madam Chair.
Okay, and so Adam is asking for a continuance, yes?
Yes,
until
Madam Chair.
the first meeting in January 2022.
The 5th?
And
Yes.
Sarah, yep,
Yes,
you're on
it's the
board with
5th.
that? Okay, beautiful. And does anybody else have anything before we go forward? No? Okay, so Catherine, okay, so we need a motion. Yes, yes, Ian.
Just one last thing. Is it possible to dash in the whole buildable mass? I don't want to ask for, too much work, but, with the width, the setbacks and the height, right? This is how it will look complying taller first. Dash in the buildable envelope with no variance.
If it's completely theoretical, we probably.
Well, yeah, I mean, you might show that it is very looming. I'm not sure.
Let's see what we can do about that.
I don't know whether we can have a fully compliant building. That's the problem, but we could.
Okay.
Okay.
Lesser variances is what you're asking for, correct?
Right, but a fully
Right.
compliant building that's marketably worth doing, it might be difficult to do, but we could look at it.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question, please?
Yes, Sarah.
Thank you. This is a question to the applicant team, which is by when do you think that you could get Ann Brockelman's request ready to go? And the reason I ask is because I happen to be out the last couple of weeks of the year, so I want to make sure that I properly arrange for whatever you submit to be gathered up and forwarded to the board when they would normally receive their packets.
That is a Peter Quinn question, because it sounds like he's the one doing this work.
And I just saw him give a great big exhale. I know.
Yeah.
Did they get back to you on that, Sarah? Sarah White? Can
Yes,
they get, like tomorrow with a good answer?
I'm out tomorrow, but I am in for the half day on Friday. So if you
Okay.
could get back to me by then, or even if Adam, I could give you a call on Friday, then if that works for you, would that be okay if you and Peter talk at that point?
Sure, it's really got to do with how quickly Peter can pull this together, because it's probably a lot to do. But
And also, we have another staff person that's on vacation, right?
We have a couple more. Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm saying. And I don't want us to get into this jamming everything again, because we're not gonna, cases like this, we wanna really take our time with it and not share the whole night with 5 other cases. So I would like you to look at your staffing there with different days off, end of year type of thing, and pick the date that's gonna be best for everybody, okay? If we can do that.
Madam Chair, so that I understand, are you asking that of staff, and are you asking, does it make a difference to the applicant team? Is it too soon to get it for Peter to get anything done? Right.
Right.
And is it too soon? Yeah, for Peter to get stuff done with the holidays and in time for the January 5th meeting, or is the next meeting in January, does that make it better? I don't.
I mean, after all this time gone by, if we're gonna start getting down the nitty gritty now, let's do it the right way and go forward.
Right. Yeah, does
We
the
don't
second meeting in
want anybody
January
to
make more
rush.
sense?
is that the
Yeah.
19th?
I think so. Because now I'm seeing that Peter's not just exhaling, he's biting his knuckles. So that's that's Wednesday the 19th.
It's easy for me to volunteer Peter to do work quickly, but it's up to Peter to be able to.
I've been telling all my clients no.
That's right. That's what I mean. I hear it from everybody.
We're done for this year.
All appointments and everything, they're saying no, no, no. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, we can pick the 5th, and if you can't make it, you got to continue beyond that. That's fine too. I mean, that's the way we've always done business. We go for the nearest date because usually that's what the applicant likes. But if they can't step up and we can't get it out to the proper people on a timely basis for us to read it and really appreciate it, then it's for naught.
Mm-hmm. So second meeting in
The
November.
19th will do. Yeah, let's do. I don't want to
19th?
drive Peter into an early grave. Let's do that.
Okay. So is that better, Sarah? Does that sound more prudent?
I think it sounds more prudent, just from not to speak for Peter, but like as I see him sitting there cringing, and then also from staff perspective. It just might give everybody more time and nobody's rushing.
Right. And we really can look at it and come back with some, if we have some suggestions, let them be, really good suggestions. Because we've listened to the people now, they've had so many meetings, we've listened to the counselor, and we want to go forward.
Understood.
Okay, Adam?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we have a motion here for continuance. Catherine, for January 19th on this case, would you make the motion, please?
Yes, Madam Clerk, I make a motion to continue 21 Eastman Road, PZ 2021-121 to January 19th.
May I have a second?
Second.
Who was that? Ann Brockelman? Thank you. Seconded by Ann Brockelman. All in favor? As I go around, please say aye. Ann Fullerton.
Aye.
Ann Brockelman.
Aye.
Susan Fontano, aye. And Catherine Garavaglia.
Aye.
The ayes have it. We'll see you guys on the 19th. Thank you.
Thank you for your attention and for staying so late with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody. Same thing, echo that. Good
Thank
night,
you.
everyone. And
Good night.
Happy New Year.
Yes.
The meeting needs to be adjourned.
Good night, everyone.
Now, don't hang up, anybody. We gotta have a motion to adjourn the meeting. So for the record, we know it's January 5th, 2022. My best wishes to everybody for a good and healthy holidays and a happy new year. See you on the 5th. And may we have another motion from our outstanding Catherine Garavaglia, clerk tonight.
I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Seconded by Ann Brockelman's on this. Thank you, Ann. Seconded by Ann. All in favor, say aye. Ann Fullerton,
Aye.
Catherine,
Aye.
Ann Brockelman,
Aye.
and Susan, aye. 100% says aye. Thank you, everyone. And Sarah, thanks a million for all your input tonight. We really, really appreciate it. Good job. Good job. They were.
Oh, you betcha. It's so nice to see you all after so long. I know I just saw you recently, but I miss seeing you all.
Yeah, and this was for the whole night. And I'm glad we got a couple of things done tonight, too. Thank you, ladies.
Yeah, a tough schedule.
Risa, welcome. Hope we broke you in well.
Yes.
All right.
My
Take care.
power went out.
I'll talk to you folks probably tomorrow.
All right. Have a great New Year. Bye-bye.
Yeah, good night.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Thank
You
you.
too.